ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's just again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, Dele Momodu, Master. Oh, man, I go short your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time, little bit. The refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can bring her. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you white, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
With the leather jacket, no be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This is where you got the shake. You dey feel am and you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop out, something wey be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self gonna shop vlog. Everybody dey feel am the way I dey drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He self he don't dey feel am on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self gonna bad. Who be this your fine baby like this waiting for your man? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. You dey get am out, but this your girl she fine. Be like say you pack it down, but everybody don't dey feel am. They know say he bad. Everybody don't dey see them. Know say yes he do. Collect the vibe, my guy. You self God, you know the show. Collect the vibe, make it no come they leave me hanging. It's not like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sá
àwa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà padà dé, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Right, and there it is right. Oh, it is working. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. May God never depart from you. May God never depart from me. Which is to say, may God never depart from all of us. That was what that song was saying. So of course, an amen on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow, the eagle lands again. The eagle lands and it perches on your shoulders. So on the shoulders of giants and all that, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as my invitation to do so. If you have not already clicked on the like button, please do that. Click on like. I should actually put up, I usually put up, what's it called? I usually put up a survey, which is to encourage people to do that. So let me put it up now. So if you've not already clicked on the like button, then please do that. Let me put up my survey just una momento, por favor. It's somewhat of a rushed one, this one, so not everything aligned. So I usually ask, have you liked, uh, shared, subscribed, and superchat? So you go answer that survey and answer it with all honesty. So the survey is up. Have you liked, shared, subscribed, and super chatted? So go answer that survey. So this guy, man. It's just sometimes my eyes get diverted to the comment section, and it's usually some silly card making some sort of what he considers to be a witty remark. So the protocols remain the same. Click on the like button at my invitation to do so. So click on like, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. The hyperlink is on all of the platforms that we're streaming to. We're streaming to a multitude of platforms. So whichever platform you're interacting with us from, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is there. If you want to come and join the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the link just as widely as you can, super chat towards the stream. So I'm not going to over-label anything. And by the way, as you are coming in, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and we can exchange pleasantries and all that. That's Agbado Omotinubu right there. So he's there. So good to have you, my guy. That's Ola Pumping. So that's Ola Pumping right there. That's clearly what he thinks is a guy name. So that's Ola Pumping right there. That's XYZ. So good to see you, even though you've come as a subversive sort of element. But that's Tawa Saba. Tawa Saba. It's been a long time, actually. That says I've seen a name like Tawa. Why don't we just get started? It's an interactive session, by the way. I always say that it's an interactive sort of a platform. So if you want to have the interaction, then come in. So good to see Yola, of course, one of the administrators, one of the co-owners of the platform. That's Ola right there. So it's an interactive session, as I always say. And if you want the experience, then you have to come in. I'm not one to, I do an opening phase where I sort of read out a bit of article, voice out a bit of opinion, and then after that I'm done somewhat. I'm not one for hanging around. So if you want the experience, then you have to come and join in. It's an interactive session, and especially if you've never been on before, we're always and forever canvassing for new voices. So let yourself be the voice that we harvest in this session. It's been a while since we actually broke in a champion voice. So we need a champion voice to come and join us. So if you are a champion voice, then this should be your home. So all that, let's just get started. Some of the articles I'll read out, some of them I'll just give you as headlines. I've got a whole reel of video clips to play. I'll do all that, and then hopefully by the time that's done, people start to turn up. We kick it off with this one. Opposition coalition out to rescue their stomach, not Nigerians. So this is Wike stating the obvious. Do you even need to be told that Rotimi Amaechi is not out to rescue? When has Rotimi Amaechi ever had any? Thought beyond the man in his mirror? If the only interest that Rotimi Amaechi has in life is the man in his mirror. That's all. If you think Rotimi Amaechi is out to rescue you, then you need a checkup from the neck up. There's something wrong with you from your neck all the way to the top. If you think Rotimi Amaechi is out for your interest, if you think Atiku Abubakar is out for your interest, then you should be institutionalized. You should be in some psychiatric ward somewhere. if you think Atiku Abubakar is after your interest, or El Rufai, or Peter Obi, opposition coalition out to rescue their stomachs, not Nigerian. That's Yemsen Wike right there stating the bleeding obvious. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, on Sunday took a swipe as the leader of the newly formed opposition. They should really call it the Atiku coalition, because Atiku is the arrowhead that is driving this whole narrative, and we know the destination is driving it to. Is driving it then so only to have his name on the ballot and have one last crow of the dice. Because of course this is the last chance saloon for Atiku Abubakar. This will fit to be etc. etc. So this is Atiku's last chance. So it's an Atiku coalition, nothing more. And if you look at the composition of the coalition, by the way, they are all Atiku boys. What's it called? The one from Kogi State, the one that is always wearing all these garish colors. What's it called? Dino Melaye. So it's people like Dino Melaye, David Mark, etc., etc. So these are Atiku boys, and the people they pulled out of PDP. So it's an Atiku setup. So anybody that thinks anything is going to happen outside of Atiku in that coalition, then that person is a retard. You have to be especially retarded to not know that the whole coalition thing is just Atiku's ticket. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, on Sunday took a swipe at leaders of the newly formed opposition coalition, accusing them of selfish interest rather than genuine intention to rescue Nigerians. Speaking at the Thanksgiving service held to mark the completion of projects by the FCC administration, Wike lashed out at prominent figures in the coalition, many of whom were former public office holders, for what he described as political inconsistency and poor performance in previous positions. He criticized their constant defection between parties, saying it revealed their lack of ideological commitment. How can Nigerians not be... what's that feedback I'm getting? Who's feeding back to me? Pato, let me set you to the back here. Feeding back already. Sorry, let me take it from the top again. I'll go at speed this time. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, on Sunday took a swipe at the leaders of the newly formed opposition coalition, accusing them of selfish interest rather than genuine intention to rescue Nigerians. Speaking at the Thanksgiving service held to mark the completion of projects by the FCC administration, Wike lashed out at prominent figures in the coalition, many of whom are former public office holders, for what he described as political inconsistency and poor performance in previous positions. And by the way, Wike drew a parallel between Rauf Aregbesola, the now newfangled secretary of the Atiku coalition, who was then the most immediate past Minister of Interior. It drew a parallel between his performance and the performance of the now new Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Ojo, Tunji Ojo, or whatever his name is like and day. Under Aregbesola, it took you about 4 months to get a passport. Under Bumi Ojo, it takes you 4 hours to get a passport. So that's just it. So what Aregbesola is bringing back was how he administered almost immediately under the Buhari administration, how he administered the Minister of Interior. That is the rescue plan for Nigeria. He criticized their constant defection between parties, saying it reveals their lack of ideological commitment. How can Nigerians not be angry with you? In 1999, you were at this party. In 2006, you were in that party. In 2014, you moved to another party. In 2019, you came back to another party. Now in 2025, you have moved to another party to rescue whom? You want to rescue your stomach. It is not Nigerians you want to rescue, the minister said. Wike also attacked the credibility of the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, questioning his democratic values whilst in office. Some of you have sympathy for somebody you don't know. You say Peter Obi will be president. President where? For 8 years, he was governor. He never conducted local government elections. That is what you describe as democracy. Only you were the governor and chairman of the local government, Wike said. He went on to challenge the sincerity of some of the coalition leaders, questioning their achievement whilst holding top political positions. Ask yourself a question. Just ask yourself. I was saying it also, it goes on to go through the list anyway. So that's Wike already slamming the coalition right there, but still staying with that. Let's go to now what Nigerians say. It says a survey, competence, not religion or ethnicity, will shape 2027 presidential election. So where is this survey coming from? Yes, I hope it's not it is a long and winding one. I'm not quite sure how much of this I can get through, but we'll get through sufficient enough to establish what's being said. Maybe we take about 4 paragraphs from it and then we'll move on. Because the headline already tells us the direction of it anyway, survey, competence, not religion or ethnicity, will shape 2027 presidential election. After 3 weeks of speaking with, and I think this is an actual survey carried out by the Tribune, after 3 weeks of speaking with randomly picked citizens across the country, Sunday Tribune brings you reports of what the ordinary Nigerian is saying about the 2027 presidential election. Our findings point at a growing wave of political consciousness, which may signal a fundamental shift in how voters are likely to approach their choice of leaders. From the northwest to the northeast, south-south and southeast to southwest, the sentiment is consistent. Nigerians are demanding real leadership that places people's welfare above religion, region, and party politics. So if that obtains, then that means that certainly Atiku, but more so Peter Obi, Atiku still has some sort of coherent plan that he can present, but Peter Obi's politics is all about tugging at the heartstrings of people's ethnic. It talks to the base instincts of people. It's a base instinct sort of a politician. It dog whistles to ethnicity and religion. So if people are looking beyond that, then that means that Peter Obi is dead and buried. Politically, that is, of course. After 3 weeks of speaking with randomly picked citizens across the country, Sunday Tribune brings you reports of what the ordinary Nigerian is saying about the 2027 presidential election. Please, if you're not already subscribed, please do. Our findings point to a growing wave of political consciousness, which may signal a fundamental shift in what voters are likely to approach their choice of leaders. From the northwest to the northeast, south-south and southeast to the southwest states, the sentiment is consistent. Nigerians are demanding real leadership that places people's welfare above religion, region, and party politics. So this is a northwest, northeast, and north central. Katsina, growing apathy and disillusionment. In Katsina State, a Saturday Tribune survey revealed rising voter apathy. Many residents expressed a resolve to abstain from voting altogether, citing years of failed promises and unmet expectations. Suleiman Lawal, a political science student at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua University, said, "Politicians are nothing but liars. They share peanuts to a few and pretend they have executed projects. Meanwhile, the suffering masses are forgotten." So that's Katsina State. So I just came through that. In Kebbi, one-man empire and emerging tension. In Kebbi State, the All Progressive Congress APC remains dominant, with Governor Nasiru Idris consolidating power and building a strong political structure around himself. Residents, including political observers like Keke Napep operator Aminu Musa believes he is unbeatable at present. However, rumors about a former Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami eyeing the governorship have sparked strong reaction. So yes, Abubakar Malami, he wanted to actually go for that Kebbi State position under the Buhari administration, but Buhari was inviting them that any minister wanting to contest for a political office should resign. And Abubakar Malami was stealing so much under the Ministry of Justice, but he just couldn't give it up. So he gave up the tickets to Kebbi State instead. And then he then went on to pack his immunity by marrying one of Buhari's divorced daughters. So that is the immunity that is enjoying now. So if you attack him, then it would then be an attack on Buhari, because I think it was actually the last 2 months of the Buhari administration that he just went hurriedly to go and marry one of Buhari's divorced daughters. So that's where his immunity is. In Kwara State, support for continuity. In Kwara State, Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak administration continues to enjoy considerable support. Many residents believe President Bola Tinubu deserves a second term, fighting regional fairness and the need to allow ongoing reforms to mature. So you see, this is the strongest argument right there. There are two halves to this. This one, you may say regional fairness is some sort of ethnic jingle in terms of, because of course Kwara State is a Yoruba state, but if you are saying regional fairness, that is the unspoken agreement of the Nigerian space, isn't it? That the North-South 2 terms, the South-South 2 terms, and then the baton gets passed back. So in terms of regional fairness, that is still an okay statement to make. But the real profound statement is the last half of it right there, and the need to allow ongoing reforms to mature. So there's been a lot of changes within the Nigerian space. All of them, any fair and balanced mind will say they are all pointing in the right direction. The educational student loan, the tax reforms, etc., just a whole multitude of reforms. The local government autonomy, the ongoing infrastructural projects, all of these things. So if you cut this administration midstream, then that will truncate it, because of course whoever comes in will just move the money to their own priority or just steal it all together. The Lagos Calabar Superhighway will be abandoned the moment Atiku comes in, or even Peter Obi, because I don't think that highway traverses anywhere in the southeast. So he will just abandon that and take the whole money to the southeast, almost certainly. And I have my reasons for saying that, by the way, that if Peter Obi comes in, it will take the whole money to the southeast. I'll give you evidence of that in a moment. While some back Tinubu based on geopolitical equity, others comment his bold policy decisions. However, critics argue these policies must urgently reflect human-centered impacts to mitigate hardship. In Zamfara, rejection of identity politics. In Zamfara State, both the APC and the PDP members emphasized that competence and integrity should define the next president, not identity politics. In Sokoto, residents of Sokoto State expressed frustration with the current federal administration, saying their expectation under the Muslim ticket had not been met. We supported the ticket with hope, but now we feel betrayed. In 2027, religion and ethnicity would not decide. Competence, said Malam Abubakar Isa. So they are saying they supported the Muslim ticket, and they are saying they are not going to give consideration, and they are disappointed that it's not playing out the way they want, and they are saying they are not going to give consideration to religion and ethnicity. Of course, the one thing that you are almost certain with the Sokoto State is that they will vote based on religion and then ethnicity. So they'll just vote for the most viable Malam they'll vote for. In Bauchi State, a former lawmaker, Mohammedu Aminu Tukar, emphasized that his loyalty to the APC does not blind him to its shortcomings. If the APC fails to meet the expectations of Nigeria, I won't support it blindly, he said, stressing that the next president must be competent regardless of ethnicity and faith. Public affairs analyst this is still coming out of Bauchi State. Public affairs analyst Dr. Abdullahi Yawa echoed the sentiment, saying, I don't choose candidates based on party or religion. I want a nationalist with a deep understanding of Nigeria. He floated names like Rotimi Amaechi, Yemi Oshibanjo, and Rochas Okorota as possible presidential materials, whilst acknowledging no final choice has been made. So in Kano State, Professor Camille Fagé of Bayero University sees 2027 as a potential reckoning. There is a clear divide between those suffering and the leaders who put them in this position. If the current hardship continues, voters may reject the status quo, he said. Fagé noted that Nigerians are increasingly leaning towards candidates with clear solutions to economic and security problems, irrespective of background. In Plateau State, a cross-section of political stakeholders in Plateau State also expressed the view that the zoning of the presidency to the south should be upheld in 2027. They described the Muslim-Muslim ticket as an internal party arrangement that could either be retained or reconsidered depending on prevailing dynamics. Kogi State, as Nigeria gradually approaches the 2027 general election, mixed reactions have continued to trail the debate over which political party and region should produce the next president. From Kogi State to Jigawa and Kaduna State, views remain divided among citizens and political observers. In Kogi State, an all-progressive Congress APC stronghold, opinions differ on the direction the country should take. Speaking to Saturday Tribune, Alhaji Ibrahim Sule, a politician who declined to reveal his party affiliation, expressed support for the APC, stating he prefers the party to continue beyond 2027. I believe President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing his best. It is only fair to allow him to complete his 8 years. So that's Sule from which state? Which state was that? That was Kogi State. So you would expect that, wouldn't you? Jigawa calls for northern presidency and continuity. In Dutse, Jigawa State, Alhaji Mohammed Bashiru, a political analyst and non-practicing politician, advocated for another Muslim president in 2027. He said, frankly speaking, most northern presidents have been less biased, less tribalistic, and more just to all parts of the country. So Buhari was not biased or tribalistic. Well, that's news to a lot of Nigerians. Look at what the late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua achieved in terms of balance of appointments and fair distribution of development projects. Bashiru added that former President Muhammadu Buhari also recorded achievements in strengthening the rule of law and electoral reform. So at least he's honest in his views. This is Kaduna State. In Kaduna State, reactions are equally diverse. While some residents support the continuation of the APC administration, others strongly oppose it. The Kaduna Patriot Movement dismissed the newly formed All Democratic Alliance Coalition, calling it dead on arrival. In a statement signed by its chairman, so that's a partisan view. However, PDP chieftain Danjuma Abubakar expressed deep concern over any plan to return APC to power, describing such move as dangerous. So those are all partisan views. Northeast, across the Northeast, across the Northeast, while entrenched elite control continues to define voter behavior, a quiet but growing wave of political awareness and regional ambition is taking root, pushing for justice, competence, and generational change ahead of 2027. As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, fresh calls have emerged from Borno and Yobe states in the northeast, demanding political equity, generational change, and a shift from entrenched political norms. In Borno State, political decisions remain largely dictated by local leaders, leaving the average voter without independent agency. Multiple respondents disclosed that community leaders typically direct the electorate on who to vote for, often in exchange for financial inducement. It is vote for cash, one source noted bluntly, adding that the treatment of Vice President Kashim Shettima in Abuja could significantly shape APC's fate in the state. If the Vice President is perceived to be sidelined, it will affect the party's support base here. So that's broadly what Nigeria. Is there any other significant states that are okay? Yobe State, elite in charge, youth demands generational shift. Southeast, South. So yes. I think they are calling for. Are they calling for Peter B in Yobe State? Let's just have a read of this. The political atmosphere in Yobe, atmosphere in Yobe mirrors that of Borno. Where are the super chats, by the way? I'm not seeing anybody super chat. Can somebody super chat, please? Make sure that the platform is lubricated. The political atmosphere in Yobe mirrors that of Borno. Voter independence is limited, with traditional and political elites maintaining tight control over electoral choices. However, growing dissatisfaction with the state of security and economic conditions have deepened entrenchment amongst even the political class. Musa Damagum, a youth advocate, called for a radical generational shift in national leadership. We want new faces and young people to contest. Anyone who has contested before should step aside. Let young people take over, regardless of region or religion. We want competent and vibrant leaders with fresh mindsets who can truly develop the country. Ibrahim Saleh, another resident of Yobe, advocated for a pragmatic power rotation to foster national balance. Let President Tinubu complete his 4 years. They'll then hand over to Peter Obi. But Obi should pick his vice president from Northeast to balance the political equation of the country. So this is the Southeast and South, the next region. South should complete 8 years, respondent. So that's broadly what they're thinking there. Cross rivers, moving beyond APC, PDP. Edo residents demand change, endorse alternative parties. So they're always high on something over there and there. Mixed reactions in rivers. So Pastor Obasi Uche Chukwu, former deputy governorship candidate, endorsed a Southern Christian president, naming Peter Obi as his preferred choice. Clarice Azwatalam, journalist and politician, also backed Obi, calling him a candidate who combines faith with competence. Conversely, journalist Ignatius Chukwu favored continuity through APC and Tinubu, whilst Darlington Nwaju, an APC loyalist, dismissed identity politics entirely. His preference, a southern candidate committed to national unity. If Amaechi is on the ballot, I will vote for him, he said. Akwa Ibom rallies around APC, so that's Akwa Ibom for Tinubu. Anambra residents seek Virgin Party. So what's the Virgin Party? Well, the Virgin Party, ADA is a Virgin Party. Anambra state voters are calling for a break from APC, PDP, and even the Labour Party. Many see them as part of the same failed political establishment. Mr. Ikechukwu Igwe, a truck loader, said, What Nigeria needs is what Ghana once did under Rawlings: total political overhaul. Only a virgin party with a virgin president can save Nigeria. Others echo this frustration, emphasizing the zoning that zoning and religion is secondary to good leadership. So that is that sophistication entering Anambra politics somewhat there? That's the influence of Soludo, of course. That's the influence rather of Soludo, of course. Ebonyi, plenty support for APC Tinubu. In Ebonyi, APC enjoys broad support. So that's Ebonyi right there. Wouldn't it be curious if Tinubu actually took an Igbo state? Can you imagine that? Imo, indigenous want Southeast president. So at least you have that expectation over there, don't you? Abia's plea, but majority lean towards Tinubu. I wonder how this will translate on voting day. Ondo, between continuity and change, Ekiti State, competence over creed. That's what's coming up there. Osun shift towards issue-based politics. Kwara, patience and pragmatism. Ogun State, looking beyond APC, PDP binary. Oyo State, PDP's political dominance and APC's internal disorganization. Lagos, APC's control and shifting sentiment. So what's actually coming through is that the votership, the voters, they are demanding more than just the sentimentality. So it's beyond now church, take your country back, or any of that sort of language. It's beyond all of that now. People are demanding more now. So, but we'll see how it plays out. Also, anybody that thinks that they will use sentiment and Sakama J to become president, then that person is just dumb. Coalition presidency accuses Peter Obi of joining structure of criminality. It's just too delicious. And by the way, tomorrow afternoon we'll be doing a special reaction session to Peter Obi's acting in the media space. You know, of course, he came out on Channels Television as Kimba. So we'll be doing a special reaction to that in the afternoon. So make sure you are dialed in. I'll probably put it out just before this session ends. But I will be doing a special reaction to Peter Obi around 1 p.m. UK time. So whenever that is your time, we'll be doing a reaction to Peter Obi's media outing today. So our coalition presidency accuses Peter Obi of joining structure of criminality. President Bola Tinubu's government has mocked former Anambra governor and Labour Party chieftain Peter Obi over his involvement in the newly formed coalition of opposition politicians, many of whom he once accused of running a structure of criminality. One of the members of the coalition of internally displaced politicians who are on a wild goose chase are pursuing a dead-on-arrival mission, better described in the words of Peter Obi as a structure of criminality. Presidential spokesperson Daniel Bwala said in a post on X. Leading up to the 2023 presidential election, Mr. Obi, who was the flag bearer of the Labour Party, dismissed claims that he had no political structure to win the 2023 election. They told you I have no structure. What they have is a structure of criminality, structure of fuel scarcity, and structure of poverty, Obi said during a rally in Enugu. Berating Mr. Obi for aligning with the same politicians he had previously condemned, Mr. Bwala added, surprisingly, the same Peter Obi has joined the structure of criminality. This presidential spokesperson also took a swipe at Mr. Obi's supporters, known as Obedient, saying the Obedient movement are so ashamed that after calling people names about changing political parties and direction, are seeing their very own idol demonstrated anywhere belle face PDP ABGA, PDP Labour Party ADC. Boala's statement comes as Mr. Obi confirmed his involvement in a coalition of opposition politicians that recently adopted the African Democratic Congress ADC as their official platform to challenge Mr. Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. Mr. Obi, who contested, so you know the rest of the story anyway. So that's that. So the campaign has fully started, and this is Atiku already then fleshing out his campaign rhetoric. Youth women to get 70% of appointments in my presidency. So this is Atiku already campaigning hard. Former Vice President and 2023 presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has vowed to appoint more youth and women in his government if elected president 2027. We will make sure that 70% of our appointments will go to the youth and women, Mr. Abubakar said in a viral video circulating on social media on Saturday. Mr. Abubakar, who has contested the presidency 6 times in 3 decades, also promised a massive crackdown on corruption if elected. Promising is beyond belief. Actually, it's just a farce. It's a comedy. It's a comedy of the absurd. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. What's going on, really? Mr. Abubakar, if Abubakar is going to crack down, Atiku Abubakar, Atiku, should I give him his full name? Atiku Halliburton Abubakar. That's the person that is cracking down on corruption. Promising zero tolerance for corruption, Mr. Abubakar said Nigeria remains repressive because of a few corrupt individuals. I swear to God, if elected, whoever steals or engages in any corruption-related activities, we will declare a war against them and they must be punished, Mr. Abubakar said. Other countries are advancing, but Nigeria remains regressive because of a few corrupt people. So that's Atiku Abubakar then. It's unbelievable stuff. All right. What else do we have? I'll just give you the rest as headlines because I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. There's nobody in the studio at the moment. Tinubu arrived to Rio de Janeiro for 17th BRICS Summit. So that's Tinubu right there. And that's Akwa Abiodun, who should be fixing the roads in Ogun State, but is dead trying to do fine boy in Brazil. So there's that. Federal government open to negotiating Nnamdi Kanu's release, Tinubu's minister. So this is news coming out of Dele Momodu. They will still play the Nnamdi Kanu hand, of course, but where is slotting is really where the question is. Minister of Works, Engineer Dele Momodu, has revealed that the federal government is willing to negotiate the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the 10th leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. Speaking with journalists in Lagos on Friday night, Umahi, who is also a former governor of Ebonyi State, clarified that I think it's Nnamdi Kanu not from Ebonyi State himself. Speaking with journalists on Friday night, Umahi, who is also a former governor of Ebonyi, clarified that the issue of Kanu's release should not be used as a political bargaining chip. He said, somebody asked me about Nnamdi Kanu, and I said his matter is not a condition for the Southeast to support the president. We are willing to negotiate his release, but no one should make it a condition because the president did not put him there. Umahi praised President Bola Tinubu's leadership, describing him as a listening leader, and expressed hope that Kanu's release will be achieved through divine grace and dialogue, not political pressure. So they are flying that kite then to bring Nnamdi Kanu back into play. Anybody that's ever followed this platform will recall that we've always said that Nnamdi Kanu will be played politically into the 2027 election. We've said that all the way through, and that remains the case. ADC targets 5 governors as Sanwo-Olu Wike knocks coalition. So that's the back and forth then going on there. So that's the back and forth going on there. I think that's enough of that. I think that's enough of that. Let me play you the clips I have. I'll send the link again if anybody wants to hop on. Uh, all right. I'll play the clips again. Yeah. So I told you then that if Peter Obi ever becomes president, that the whole of his administration will be wall to wall Southeasterner. There won't even be any tokenism that we saw under Buhari. It will be wall to wall Southeasterners. And I told you I had evidence for that. So what's this?
So when the IPPIS people rushed us last December, the council were on ground. They forced us to make some replacements. And most of them were from Northerners.
How many have you replaced them?
About 50.
About 50?
Yes, sir.
Precisely?
About 50.
50?
Yeah.
Is that the only recruitment exercise you have conducted since you came?
We want to do recruitment, but they told me you must go to federal character, get a waiver.
Madam, that's the procedure. Sorry. Is that the only recruitment or replacement you have done throughout your tenure?
For this period I am staying, yes. But the other recruitment, the process is ongoing, but we couldn't complete it because we have not got.
We are coming to that, madam.
Waiver.
At the number of staff in the institution. Right?
2018, when I came in, we have 25. Yeah.
All in all? 75. All in all. Provost of the institution in
May
2018.
Yes, sir.
You met these imbalances which you met on ground, and I don't know whether you are conversant with the provision of the Constitution as it regards to the principle of federal character. Are you aware of the provision?
The states in the nation.
Are you aware of that?
I was told.
You was told before you become provost or after you became provost?
When I became provost.
Good. And right?
It is.
Madam, why during these two exercises you have conducted, you employed about 75 number of staff, and from the record available, still some states have zero allocation?
Because they didn't.
They didn't come? Have you advertised?
It was replacement. It's
zero. How many are from Oyo State? Oyo State.
Okay, so sure.
Zero.
We don't have.
You don't have. How many are from Ekiti State?
Ekiti is
two. How many are from Enugu?
Enugu 65.
How many are from Cross River?
One, sir.
One.
Yes, sir.
How many are from Bauchi?
Kwara. Kwara is two.
Two.
Yes, sir.
And how many are from Kano?
We have one person from.
One person from Kano.
Yes, sir.
And how many are from Anambra State?
Because it is domiciled.
How many are from Anambra State?
811, sir. 811, yeah.
811.
Yes, sir.
And how many are from Bayelsa?
How many? One.
Eh?
One, sir.
One.
Yes, sir.
And madam, you say you have tried?
No, aside, I didn't meet all these numbers were there.
So that's what we have to look forward to when Obi takes over. It will be Biafra wall to wall. So Biafra wall to wall. So now there's been a skirmish going on. Wike came out recently, and it was all guns blazing at so many people. It was all guns blazing at so many people. Fired in the direction of Rotimi Amaechi, who he told us then that Rotimi Amaechi's wife has been looting 4 billion, and listen again, 4 billion naira. And not that she stole 4 billion naira, she's been looting it, not as a one-off incident, every single month from the Niger Delta Development Corporation or whatever, or commission. Every single month, this guy's wife takes $4 billion naira out of Niger Delta Development. So that's Rotimi Amaechi, and that's just his wife. We've just lost count of how much. That guy will be like, what? Rotimi Amaechi will comfortably control $3 to $4 billion, if not 5, comfortably. From all that he has been stealing from Anambra governor, all the way through the Ministry of Transportation, that guy will comfortably have $3 to $5 billion easily. So there he is. So he slaughtered, Wike slaughtered Rotimi Amaechi in that interview, but he also slaughtered Dele Momodu. So it is that Dele Momodu slaughtering that we're going to be addressing here. So we pick it up from here.
Please come on Saturday, bring your team to stay here for 2 weeks and go and see what we have done. Please come on Saturday, bring your team to stay here for 2 weeks and go and see what we have done, and then they come back to you while your prayer continues.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was Dele Momodu once upon a time going to River State to collect as usual. So when he went to River State to collect, it wasn't even the money that he went to collect that irritated Wike. Curiously, as far as Dele Momodu is, it was his eating habit that irritated Wike. Watch this.
What's his name? Dele Momodu. For Christ's sake, for crying out loud. Ordinarily, why should I talk about Dele Momodu? Why should I do that? He said he
as a distinguished journalist and
I don't know.
A publisher,
please,
former editor of
please, you can have money and be a publisher. Publishing what? Let me tell you. I can tell you authoritatively today. I've never said it anywhere. Dele Momodu does not have what it takes. Credibility or what? I know how he came to me.
To do what?
Oh my God. Ask anybody. He stayed with me for how many weeks? Even when he's eating, with all due respect, there are things I expect people to be decent and dressed. You collect food, the food will be flowing over, falling back. I mean, so please, let me respect myself. You say you ran for presidential, you didn't get 1 vote. These are the people you are telling me.
So that's Dele Momodu right there being slaughtered. So now the coalition starts to take shape, and Peter Obi is making noises in the direction of the coalition. So Peter Obi's bags are packed, of course. They have been for a long time at the Labour Party, and it's at the departure lounge now, the destination known to everybody. Peter Obi, of course, signaling that he's on his way to the coalition. So if Peter Obi joins that coalition, he's joining that coalition on the understanding that he's there to deputize Atiku. That coalition, as I think we all know, you have to be a really, really dumb person not to know that coalition is wrapped around the Atiku narrative. So if the moment Peter Obi steps into that coalition, that is him then subordinating his ambition to Atiku. So because the coalition is all about Atiku's final run at the presidency. So if Peter Obi joins that coalition, that is then to tell you then that he's going there to vie for the vice presidential slot. And by the way, it's not guaranteed because Rotimi Amaechi also wants a ticket, either the main or the vice. So when Peter Obi joins that coalition, that is to tell you then he has surrendered his presidential ambition to subordinate to Atiku Abubakar. But when that happens, what will the obedience do? Watch this.
So let me go back to the Mr. Peter Obi conversation where everyone is sort of like, oh, you know, where these people are like, he should run as vice. Me, I'm giving you people my word now. Not us, I no talker. If Peter Obi is running with anyone, as the vice president of that, as the running mate to that person, me, Aisha Yusufu, in my little, I'm not saying that I have any influence, so I'm not saying that I'm one big anything. In my little capacity, I will work against that ticket. If that's the only thing, even if I don't support any other person, is to work against that whatever ticket that I will. Because what is this? Why are we always asking the best to be second? They've done Peter.
So that's Aisha Yesufu right there, telling us clearly, unequivocally, that if Peter Obi runs as a deputy to anybody, she will work against that ticket. But watch very quickly now, over the next few weeks, how her tonality will change. Because, of course, as we know from the way she looted the campaign funds at the last cycle under the Labour Party, she's an anywhere belle-faced she's a politician, by the way, so she's not an activist, she's a politician. She's even hinted at having ambitions to run for an office. So she's a full-fledged politician, Aisha Yesufu, and as typical of Nigerian politicians is anywhere belle-faced. So anywhere belle-faced, do you remember this? Watch this.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they call the lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures.
So yeah, fun times. Do you remember? That's a throwback right there. The psychedelic pronouncements of the raw meat eater from where is it even from? Oka or whatever. Where is it from? Umahia. Yeah, the raw meat eater from Umahia talking gibberish. Fun time, golden days. So from talking gibberish to talking sense, this is the most sense we've ever yet heard from this next character coming up now. Watch this.
And I doubt what people can do for power. And I doubt what people can do for power. This underscores why I say we should not be misled, consumed by this excitement.
Yeah.
Because as they say in English, when the chips are down and it's time to do primaries, what kind of primaries is Atiku going to do with an Amaechi? You know how Atiku does primaries. Mercilessly. I remember those dollars flying. Well, we're in the same coalition, but in Port Harcourt, I remember the dollars flying. Remember, I'm with Atiku. Atiku, I'm with you. Please, if you're hearing me, we're in the same coalition. And then, what kind of primaries are they going to do? Am I going to deceive myself, okay, that all is going to be well in this ADC? The beginning of good governance if you run good primaries.
So what are you?
So that's Yusuf Dati right there, conceding that the coalition is all about Atiku's final hurrah. So Atiku's final hurrah. So still on the theme of speaking truth to power. Watch this.
These are the same people that want to rescue Nigeria. These are the same people that want to rescue Nigeria. You are Minister for Interior here. To go and get an international passport, you will spend weeks and months and years before you get the international passport. But look at a young boy. Look at a young boy. See what he has done. Within hours, you got your international passport. And yet, you come and tell us Nigerians are angry. Nigerians are angry with you for not making it possible for us to have an international airport international passport as quickly as possible. Nigerians are angry with you. Nigerians are what? Angry with you.
Oh, all right. So that's Wike right there speaking truth to power. So now the next clip, dial your senses to dumb, because Bulabalu is about to Bulaba. So gibberish coming. So we trade it then with this theme music.
Animal talk don't start again. Animal talk don't start again.
the sake of Nigeria.
So, what does this then mean? Does it mean that you are an ADC member or a Labour Party member?
Today, I'm a Labour Party member, and I remain in Labour Party. But we have all agreed to work in coalition for 2027 election. And for that, we've just adopted ADC. Going on, other parties, other individuals are going to still come in. But it's just like an unveiling, like you used it before, an adoption, which will still go into bringing other people together under the same umbrella and saying, we want better governance for this country. We want to see more competent government with the capacity and character to do the right things.
So at some point you are going to leave Labour Party. Is that it?
Well, where we are, the coalition, this coalition might have other parties that will come together, like it's happened in the past, and change the name of the party, anything. But right now, we've adopted one party. The other ones are going to come in. So we can't say whether we're going to leave this or we're going to come into this. What is constant now is that we've all agreed to work together.
The implication.
So there it is right there. If you understood even 1 inch of that, please answer us on a postcard. It's just it's just the inane gibberish. It's just you say somebody has a brain fade, but then a brain fade is often a momentary lapse. But anyway, let's just abandon that guy. We'll be doing a reaction video, a reaction stream to that interaction he had with Shane Walking by Baloye at midday tomorrow. So make sure you're all available because we'll be going through it in total. So, but it'll be an endurance test though, because Peter Obi doesn't have the oration and neither does he have the cranial functioning for anything conducive or inducive. So it's going to be like a torture sort of a thing. We're going to be tormented, but then of course necessarily we have to respond to him. So that's Obi right there talking gibberish as usual. But still on the same of gibberish. This now next clip does not speak gibberish, but somewhat dismissal. Watch this.
What is coalition? Forget about coalition. Well, we see today we have seen coalition. They are colliding somewhere. They are moving to end into the ditch. Because I know that's where it's going to end. People exaggerate things. The problem you see in PDP is just leadership is also at least the result. PDP is very intact in all the nook and crannies of Nigeria. From the world to Nigeria, PDP is very strong. Nobody can take that place away from PDP. You are talking about a girl that you want to marry. You don't know the father and the mother. You don't know where she comes from. You say, I love this girl, I'll marry her. Like when you've not even seen the girl. I'm talking about coalition. What do you know about coalition?
Those who left, as far as I'm concerned, God is trying to take them out. So they can have peace and normalcy in the PDP. No problem. And I'm about to assure anybody who thinks that the people have left, that PDP is dead. Let him wait till 2006, 2007. You know that PDP is still alive.
The PDP family is a big umbrella. This umbrella is so big that even when it is torn, it has a way of amending itself and going further. It's difficult in the world today to find anybody anywhere in Nigerian political scene.
You know, so that's the PDP, of course, dismissing the coalition at hand. Of course, they would do that. So that's as per expectation. So nothing catching anybody off guard there. But the field in 2027 is going to be rich and interesting, and the permutations. You know, the results will already be blatant and glaring to everyone, even before one single ballot has been cast. And it is the field and the narrative of that election that will define, even before we get to February 2027, if the PDP, if they present a northern candidate, then that truncates article. If Peter Obi runs under Labour Party, he's already truncated anyway. And so that then leaves Tinubu. Tinubu will hemorrhage some voters, but he will retain very much a lot. So it still returns Tinubu. But the way I see the field, I see Tinubu and maybe either Shetima or Kwakwanso. So that's the APC ticket. I see PDP, Bala Mohammed and one other. So that's PDP, Atiku and Rotimi Amaechi under their coalition, and Peter Obi and whichever Bula Balu or Badue, Peter Obi and a random from the north, almost actually this Mauritanian guy again. So it beat that four-way split again, and then they also ran Showore, etc. They'll all do as they usually do. So that's likely how the field will take shape in 2027. Tinubu and almost actually Shetima just to hold on to the bonus votes. So that's that. ADC, what's it called? Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amaechi. So that's that ticket right there. Peter Obi and one other Labour Party. That's that ticket right there. And then of course the PDP, Bala Mohammed. If Tinubu wants to win, they should encourage that Bala Mohammed should be on that ticket. So that's the shape of the election to come. One more clip. Let me play you one more clip. This is going back to the Obi space, and one of his many endless lies.
They are not under the freeze, they are happy. Say Peter Obi rejected oil block. They are not under the freeze, they are happy. Say Peter Obi rejected oil block during Jonathan's time. I'm sorry, but I have to hear from President Jonathan himself, because that's why I believe Peter Obi, Mr. Peter Obi, I believe him. Some weeks ago when he came outside, he said that Lagos State came to demolish his younger brother's house. I was angry with Lagos State. All for me to find, I can't hear another thing. They say, not be younger brother, I ain't get the house. Now, one of Peter Obi company, I ain't get that house. So why was he not honest with us? Now, we can't hear from Lagos State. Lagos State say they have nothing to do with that demolition. I call the look and say, is it that this man just gather everybody, press people, just they tell them something, he say we'll not go find out? If you want to rule Nigeria, you have to be honest with us. People will love you. Sir, I admire you as a person. But if you come do like say, you know, one day straightforward, we go they cast you. This oil block where they talk say you reject now. I went to read this thing. You know, say Nigerians not read. I go read them. They said that Peter Obi, according to the article, if you want to believe the article, he said that I don't like getting involved in businesses that I am not familiar with. So not because of corruption, but because he don't know the business of oil. He said that if it was trading now or banking, say he could jump on it because he sabi that one way. So how are we not sure that Peter Obi gave his friend, or he gave this is mysterious younger brother we get house we can't find us I ain't get them. My own is, sir, please don't use all those you rejected oil block. Nobody could believe that story. Use reasonable things. Oh, you are the youngest among the people where they contest. You did this in Anambra, all those things. Nobody believed this story of oil block. You were ordinary 2-story building. You did chase, well, you did call all the press people. Man, not also they chase crowds, because I'm not gonna lie, give you when Lagos State said that they have nothing to do with that demolition. You are supposed to come out to prove them wrong. But you did not say anything. So a lot of us that love you cannot even defend you. So please, sir, please, I beg you. This one not be the one where you go say go and verify. People no go verify. We go verify this one. No manipulation of information. Please, sir. Everywhere good. Come up with reasonable things we could do for us. Not be say I just want to do 4 years. As Peter Obi did like this an article, if they say may they do two months, they go agree. I'll just do 4 years and go. No, 4 years of what? What do you want to do? Tell us, I beg. People know they for all this. Tell us what you want to do. Not say I just want to do 4 years and go. Okay. 4 years of what? See that happen here. Everywhere good, my people. They want here. Shalom.
So that's that right there. Do I want to play you this? So that's that right there. You see, Peter Obi is a pathological liar, but the problem with people that tell lies to the volume that Peter Obi tells is that they have to continuously tell lies in order to sustain the original lie. So Peter Obi told us in an interview that he has only 1 or 2 properties. He said that in that interview then that he had with Rufai Oseni that he had only 1 or 2 properties, like he only has 1 shoes and all these lies that he tells all the time. So having now told that lie, he cannot then claim ownership of that property in Ikeja because it runs contrary then to the previous lies that he has told. So he then has to tell another lie in order to sustain the original lie that he told. And he'll continue to lie and lie. It's a pathological, it's a career liar, it's a truth averse sort of a person. So that's my presentation. Then I'll play the Kega's music. Nobody turns up. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikukonura may just have nothing to do with us. So I actually have this other video that I wanted to play you as well. I've got Zita here, I've got Charles here. So let them just play you this video and then we'll kick off the conversation.
Fear and a progressive Nigeria. Northern politicians will have to stay off power for at least 15 to 20 years. That is just the truth. Because let's face it, what has Northern leadership brought to even the North itself? Nothing but abject poverty, insecurity, religious intolerance. And let's face it, the glamour for all this one North, true Northerner, we are all Northerners, I just feel is geared towards one thing. What is that thing? Grabbing back power from Emiloko. But the fact is, as it turns out to be, Emiloko seems to be very good at his game. Very good. Like 20 steps ahead. In short, this is one of the most interesting elections that I am looking up to seeing. Because for the very first time, the Northerners have been conditioned into a situation that they don't know the way around it. Coalition is going on, you go front, you go come back or whatever. But I think that is actually what suits the Northern politicians. They have to embrace the fact that it's not all about only them anymore. And only them, just the politicians, not the poor man. Because let's face it now,
what's going on? Are we facing it or not?
What has been their intervention so far in regards the insecurity that's ravaging the North? The fact is, the propagation of the blame game is the Westerners. it's Western influence that are against us or whatever. They don't want the North to stand. That is what they keep feeding everybody. Well, you can't feed that to people like me. And I hope that if you're a very reasonable Northerner, you should see sense in what I am saying. But if you are not, I already know your stand. But the fact is, you can't feed me that anymore. There are a lot of ills. There are a lot of negligence that have resulted to all these things. Look at what your leadership has brought so far. Insecurity, abject poverty, in some certain places, they trying to have an establishment of a religious belief while leaving people in poverty. That is what you have done. But the fact is, the only time I will see a true knot that is reflective of the desire of the common man is that knot that I'm hoping to see that will want to endorse a candidate that is not necessarily a Northerner, but with the hope that he is going to deliver well to the betterment of the nation. Because let's face it, there is no excuse that the North will give in regards not living up to some of these challenges that is ravaging the North. And when you talk now, they say you are sponsored, FBI, KGB, waiting, they sponsor you. Well, you can now see that I'm really sponsored. Abi, I'm really sponsored. All I'm trying to say is the northern politicians will have to stay off power for at least 15 to 20 years. Let there be equitable distribution of this power. Well, the fact is, it's left to other regions to see sense in what I'm saying and know what to do about that.
The people from the south, Amaechi, Peter Obi, and the rest of them, are going to be used by the Northerners to snatch power from the south for another 8 years. And at that time, their arithmetic would have come to fruition. The Northerners are not looking at since 1960 when Nigeria became independent and the number of years both military and civilian administrations are spent. When you look at that, the Northerners are spent close to 47 years out of about 60 years. Okay. 65. So what is left for the South is just infinitesimal. Right from Gowon, apart from Aguiyi Ironsi, who else from the south, up to Gowon to Muritala to Buhari. Obasanjo came in by providence, the same way Jonathan came in by providence. After Obasanjo, Shagari came in. From Shagari, we had Obasanjo again. Okay. So now, look at the number of years. But what they are saying in the north, let me analyze this. It's not for us in the studio, for Nigerians to understand the mindset of those people that are coming together. They are just like foxes, and they are trying to outwit themselves. And when you have people like that have mutual distrust in working for them in their midst, what they are heading to perdition. Now, the Northerner is not talking about 1960. They are talking about 1999 today. And they are telling you that the Northerners have only served 10 out of 26 years as it stands today. And by 2027, it will be 28. Okay. So, which means the Southerners have utilized 18 years and they only have 10. So surreptitiously, they are using these people to corner power again. All right, now so that they can level up.
I will stay with you on this, really. And I want to ask, based on the statements accredited to former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amaechi, saying that INEC and the APC are working hand in hand to hijack the next election. Looking at that conversation, do you think voters' confidence going into the next election would have any strength in the next election?
You see, it is better for us to properly situate issues, especially on a national television like this, rather than rely so much on speculation. We have myself and my partner here, we have already agreed that these people are aggrieved. And an aggrieved person can lie anytime. So why are you holding on to Amaechi's lies?
Now, one of the reasons why I brought up that part of Amaechi's conversation as concerning INEC is on the part of
Has he not been a past beneficiary of that? Why did he not protest against it? Fantastic. I was benefiting from it.
Now, Mr. Fadimo, I'm particular about voters' confidence.
We are too lazy and docile for us to wrestle power from this. People. Regardless of ADC, SDP, APC, Labour Party, and all the rest, everybody in all the political capital, parties, they are scavengers, scavenging for themselves. And it's a survivor of the fittest game. Whoever is able to grab power becomes the dominant factor until when that power is wrestled away from him. And that is the lot of Nigerians. So we'll continue to groan and groan and groan because this thing you are talking about, okay, election didn't count. Some people won in places that ordinarily they wouldn't have won in that election. Right. And some people lost in places that in fact it was a stronghold. So how much of what we are saying is we are complicit in what is happening to us as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria. You and I, we know, I have covered elections since 1993. Okay. And I know how people compromise during election day when they see 5,000, 10,000.
Okay. Because of
so when you have people like that, how much of convincing do you want to give that you extract commitment that they will not collect money?
That was why we've actually established all those things that we call the faults that we're finding. We've actually established every other thing we have as our own vice and our own loopholes. And we're asking, how then are we going to fix Nigeria? Only if you're saying that you're comfortable with the way Nigeria is at this point in time. And then you don't think that we need to work on anything. Change the value
system. Ghana has led us in their last election.
How do we change the value system?
Of rice to some communities. And they rejected and chased them away. Let's begin to have that here. Then the politicians will now know that they will be returned to office based on what they have done, not how much money they have amassed to bribe the electorate.
Hi, my people. Welcome back. I know many of you don't watch the video and listen to waiting. This northern guy, the first guy we be seeing first talk concerning their leaders and they.
Oh, all right. So that's enough of that. So that's enough of that. So let's get it started. Kick it off with Zita. If she's ready, Charles, if she's not. You there, Zita? All right, Charles, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, man.
All right. What do you have to say?
See, woman, I think, in my opinion, Nigeria is not ready for change.
Right.
Nigeria, I think it's win because Nigeria is not ready for change. Nigeria is suffering. Nigeria is not ready for change. Nigeria is not what dying for. The people in Nigeria is not want dying. They don't want change. They want to suffer. They're not just suffering. Nigeria is not work for change.
So what do you think Nigeria should have changed? And I think Nigeria is already going through change as we're speaking. So what change are you talking about? Is Nigeria not going through change as we speak?
It is going to change, but the change Nigeria is going to solve every country in the world have gone to. Simple stuff, like being in the world. We're capping for that. We're capping for simple stuff that a non-country is supposed to do for citizens. We're capping for that. But that's shameful. Just being in the world, we're capping for that.
So what do you consider change? What do you mean by change? What change do you think Nigeria needs?
Nigeria need a change where so many Nigerians are going abroad. They should stop that. That's what Nigeria is. change. When I see people stop going abroad, that's when Nigeria is a serious
Yeah,
country.
but what change would lead to Nigerians not going abroad?
You want the reason Nigeria go abroad? The healthcare in Nigeria sucks. Like if you're sick, you know what to take care of you in Nigeria.
Yeah, but what
That's why
change
people go
does
abroad.
Nigeria? No, don't worry about all that. What change does Nigeria need? Is the question.
Nigeria needs to pay the citizens good money so people can stop going abroad. That's what Nigeria
They should
needs to do.
start paying
So many
people
cars
good money.
Yeah, you see, when you so many people going abroad from your country, that's your country's not doing well. When all you people living abroad.
Yeah, no. I'll only ask you. I'll only ask you one more time. What change do you think Nigeria needs?
Nigeria need to. The change Nigeria needs is to basically help the people make the economy better. Like pay
Make the
workers
country
good money.
better.
Pay the workers good money. You know what I'm saying? It's the truth. Nigeria's going to
You've
European
not said
countries
anything, so how would I know what you're saying is the truth?
It's a
You've
fact.
not said
Nigeria
anything.
going to other European countries that are being racist to them. I'm sad. It's Nigeria.
What guy? Can you hold on? What are you talking about? You said Nigeria needs change, and I asked you what change Nigeria needs.
The change Nigeria needs, simple. Nigeria needs to make the economy better. Nigeria also needs to pay the workers good money, so people stop going abroad. That's a fact.
Right.
That's Nigeria. Most of the professional people in Nigeria pay less than $1 compared to the Western world. That's sad. A proper country like
Nigeria should be paying Western world wages.
Yes.
On a third world economy.
Are you saying Dubai was a country in 1960? Look at Dubai now. Go make excuses for these people.
What do you mean making is Nigeria a third world country?
Nigeria act like a third world country. The politicians act like a third world country.
Is Nigeria? Have you been drinking? I asked you a question. Is Nigeria a third world country?
Yes.
Right. So is America a third world country?
No.
So how can Nigeria then a third world country pay? How can Nigeria then a third world country pay the wages the level of America?
Because Nigeria was the same year as Dubai, the same independence by 1960. You can't make excuses. I'm sorry, I can't make excuses for these people.
Can you look? I'm going to kick you out in a moment if you're not able to hold the conversation. I don't have the tolerance for it. What excuses am I making? I'm asking you. You've stated the position. I'm asking you to defend it. They're telling me I'm making. What excuse have I made? Is Nigeria not a third world country?
Yes, it is a third world country.
Hey, so how can they then pay the wages that they pay in the United Kingdom or France?
Nigeria can't, because God bless Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed. God bless Nigeria with so many resources. We are blessed. We don't have to use it in the right way. We have oil. God bless us with so many resources. We don't have to use it in the right way. Our parties are disgracing us. That's a sad part. Parties are disgracing the citizen people. They don't know what they're doing in this country. We have been suffering for how many years? Look what Tinubu is trying, but the northern people are saying no to Tinubu. Can't take him out of power.
What do you mean the northern? What do you mean the northern people are saying no to Tinubu? Who voted him in? Was it not the northerners?
Yeah, but why did they get angry at Tinubu? They shouldn't get angry at Tinubu. Tinubu is doing the right thing. I don't want to get angry for. You guys have the not shit when Barry was the president.
It's politics. Of course they'll get angry. It's the partisanship of politics.
I think the northern people are hypocrites. They're hypocrites, in my opinion.
How are they hypocrites? How are they hypocrites? The northerners vote more for the southerners ever than the southerners even vote for the northerners. They're the most sophisticated voters in Nigeria, the northerners.
But why the hypocrite? When Barry was president, why didn't the insecurity in the north when Barry was president? That's a hypocrite. Team doing the right thing. I'm sorry to say they're hypocrites, mind you. You shouldn't be complaining about insecurity. Your own guy, why was there in power? You doing any shit. You shouldn't be complaining.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else you want to add, or
no? That's one thing I want to say.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's see if Oroyo is ready for us.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
You sound like you're in the middle of somewhere. You just getting back home.
No. I'm looking after kids.
Oh God, yeah, everybody's looking after kids these days. Well done anyway. So what did you want to say to the politics? We were discussing then. There seems to be a level of sophistry coming into the Nigerian politics now. The Nigerian Tribune, the Tribune, it did a national survey just to test the
One man,
sentiment of. You can't hear me.
I can hear you clearly.
All right.
You were breaking before.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I was just saying that the Nigerian electorate, it looks as though there's a level of sophistry coming into the electorate space. So the Daily Tribune, the Tribune, the national newspaper, the Tribune, it did a national survey. And what came out of that survey then is that the voting populace is starting to pivot. Oh, there's such a lot of echo coming from you. The voting populace is starting to pivot from the traditional religious and
Roye, pause yourself now. When it's time for you to talk, you put it on.
Yeah, let me pause him. I said the quaking from the this stuff. Yeah, can you speak to the headline, Oroyo? Yes, let's do it that way. Yeah, cool. Oroyo, let me go. Let me go with Zita first, and then when you're in a more settled space, then I'll come back to you. So Zita, I'll just say that the voting populace is starting to get a bit more sophisticated if we're going to go by this headline. And this headline is not an opinion headline, it's based on a survey that, oh, no, don't do that. Sorry, I beg your pardon. So it's not based on an opinion, it's based on a survey carried out by that newspaper. And what they found was that people are starting to pivot from ethnicity and religion, and they're looking more in from the presidential candidate. So what are you making of that, Peter?
Oh man, that thing is not correct.
You think so? You don't think so?
You see, even in the Western world, elections are mostly emotional. It's more of emotions than competence. Most times, I would say 80%. It's more of emotion. Yeah, you might want performance, right? Everybody wants performance. Everybody wants competence. Everybody wants deliverable. But on the day of the vote, the election day, the fingers stomp rubbish. That's something might get you angry along the line, and that day you just vote the other way. Meanwhile, you didn't want to. It happens. I don't think that thing is. Well, if you ask any reasonable human, woman, if you ask any reasonable human and say, what do you want? How are you gonna vote?
But Zita, what the survey seems to be telling us is that the people that are starting to tire of voting along those traditional spaces, only to be there's never been an instance when the vote went along those traditional spaces, and then the winner delivered. Buhari promised a lot, delivered nothing. Every of Gradwa, Good Luck Donor, all of them, they promised a lot but delivered nothing. So people are asking more in terms of the presentation before they make this decision.
Okay. Let me give you an example now. Like in 2023, all of them that contested for that election, I would say on that presidency, you wouldn't say they had been president before. They were never president before now. So all they will do is to talk of what they're going to do and how they're going to perfect Nigeria. So are you going to hold on to what they tell you to go to vote. Woman, that survey is wrong. Let me not use the word is wrong. Let me say this. When you stop a normal human being in the street and say, how are you going to vote? What will make you vote for somebody? Normally, common sense, the person will tell you somebody who is competent enough to rule. That's always the answer now. Are you going to tell the person, I will vote somebody I like, somebody that likes me, or somebody that I like the way he grows his eyes, or somebody that I have sympathy for? No.
But in Sokoto, they said there was a northerner. So,
see, let me say this. I don't know. Sometimes when I speak with some people, I begin to wonder the age that we are in. If you watch what happened in 2019. No, 2019. Okay. Jonathan declared that finished the Northerners' term. Are you getting the point? So in 2029, it was like in 2015, Buhari came in as a Northerner. In 2019, a Northerner came to contest against him. Even when it was a Northerner, the whole Southern candidates were kind of silent. They didn't fight them. They were kind of silent. They were not actually in the picture. And the Northerners and the Southerners that we are supporting is either supporting Atiku, who is a Northerner, or supporting Buhari, who is a Northerner. So it was actually a Northern. Nigerians saw it as a Northern thing, and if Tinubu has to be replaced, it has to be replaced with a Northerner, because they see it as a Northern show. But Tinubu won that election because they said, Buhari won that election because of continuity. Now, in 2027, if they want to play that game very well, it should be South versus South. If there's any Northerner who wants to support, we support either of the Southern candidates. That's how it works. But if the Northerners feel that they have the mouth, they have the numbers, and they feel that a Southerner will rule for 4 years, and for that 4 years, their body is on fire to take the presidency back to the North, then the joke is on them. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if they think that after 8 years of Buhari, if they want to play that game, we can actually play that game for them. Honestly. One man.
I'm here, but I think Oloye wants to interject you.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Zita, but they not have an argument to make. Because if you calculate this republic now, if Tinubu is finishing these 4 years, then they still have a deficit of 8 years, which they will use to make an argument.
What is the argument, please?
Because if you calculate Obasanjo 8 years, then Yaradua, I think 2 years also, then Jonathan 6 years, which is 14. Then Tinubu Buhari 8 years, so they've gotten 10. Then if Tinubu complete this 4, which then the South we have 18. So invariably they will put up arguments that they have they are 8 years behind.
Okay.
So I think that is one.
I don't actually see Northerners as that dumb. to make this kind of argument. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't really see them as that dumb. I have never seen Northerners that dumb to make this kind of argument, because you cannot bet on something you do not have control over. And you cannot say, I will never accept this on something you do not have control.
Sorry, Zeta, but the argument really is that Nigeria did not start under the Fourth Republic. So that argument does not even hold water, that there's a deficit of 8 years. In fact, if you go through the Nigerian history, the Northerners have ruled our country 65-70% of our journey as a nation. So all these arguments then, like as though Nigeria started under the Fourth Republic.
What I don't even, let's assume that they started when they 1999, but it's very dumb for anybody to make that argument, because Yar'Adua was not voted out of office. According to them, them and Obasanjo, Nigerians voted for him to rule them, and death took him away. So that is a situation the world and the earth and humans find themselves, they cannot change. It's beyond their power. So if anybody seems to be that dumb to make an argument based on that, that's actually ridiculous and very dumb. I don't think Northerners are that dumb to make such an argument. Because if they are that dumb, Atiku wouldn't have come out in 2019. Because it was a Northerner who was president. So why did he come out? You see, one man, let me say this, and I will keep saying it. I've said it several times, but people don't actually listen attentively to things I say here that abuse me. These men are not there, or they are not there for these reasons we come here to discuss. That is not the reason they want to be there. I can assure you. They are not there to do actually anything, or for these reasons. They are there just to take the office. That's all. So if any of them come out to tell you that why he's going to must be the president of Nigeria come 2027 is because the North is halfway and the South is almost there, then for people like me, I will have a good laugh. Because for all no, that's not their
But that will play to the sentimentality of their people.
Hold on now.
And that's the main
on.
thing. Yeah.
Do you know why it will not play to the sentimentality? One man, maybe you've not been listening to them. Count them. All of them that came out. The way they speak alone will tell you that they just want their name to be registered as one of the presidents of Nigeria. Listen to them now. Amaechi, if they give it to me, I will do one time. B2B. I might be the vice, I might not be the vice. If they give me one time, I will do one time. Atiku, if they give me, I will do one time. Bala Mohammed, if they give me, I will do one. What is all those ones? Does those people sound as people who, yes, of course, it's only a fool that doesn't have a reason why he does something. They're going to give you a reason why they are contesting, of course. But we should understand that their reason is not to do anything. Their reason is just to take the office. Because today is it today? Yes. Is it today or yesterday? I was watching Channel Television and the P2B came there. Do you know what they wrote underneath? After Sheung, that guy, his name is Sheung, right? That guy, after he has asked him several questions, they went 2-4.
Yeah, Sheung Kimbaloye, we'll be doing a reaction video to that, a reaction stream to that tomorrow.
After two of them went 2-4. I was in the kitchen. By the time I look again, do you know what the Channel Television wrote underneath? Peter Obi, member, Labour Party and ADC. Does that sound serious? So I don't actually understand what people are arguing about. He went to and fro with the guy, to and fro. Are you now Labour? Are you ADC? Which one are you? The guy was going to fro with him. Before you know it, in their confusion, or will I say, they
There's a
decided
lot
to.
of ambiguity around this coalition. We don't know if it's a political party that people have moved into, if it's a vehicle for loose arrangements. What exactly is it?
I hope their ambiguity has brain. That's all I can say. I hope that doing this ambiguity to confuse Tinubu so that they can lash on to him from where he least expected. I hope so. But if this thing they're doing is for real, one man, let me say this here. Abuse me later, I don't care. He is going to beat them silly. Mark my word. And nobody should come here and say the election was rigged. I repeat myself again. I hope they are being ambiguous to confuse him, to come from a smart angle to fight him in the field where he belongs.
The other thing that would determine this election is who crafts the narrative, is how the narrative is crafted for the campaign. So if they push the narrative towards the ABS power, price of food, this, that, and the other, and the suffering, then they may be able to push the government a little bit. But if the government pushes the narrative as to the direction of travel of the country and the plans for the future, if they are able to move it from sentimentality to actually a plan, then the government has a fighting chance. Because a lot of the politics that the opposition is playing is politics of sentimentality, is some sort of Chineke sort of politics. So if they let them craft the campaign around that sort of narrative, then they'll find it a struggle. But if they actually, because I was looking at the interview Peter B did with Seun Kimbaloye, he said, "What is your plan?" No, it wasn't before I was saying it. He said, "What is your plan?" He said, "I will do it in a more structured manner." So that tells you then that there is nothing beyond just the the alarmism that so they mustn't let them go to that sentimentality or talk as the heartstrings, or they have to push them towards, let's sit down, you present your plans, we present our plans, and then let the people decide.
One man. One man, in 2023, I came here. You made a comment. You said election is over. This man will go and sleep. I told you that's not true. He will make noise, and they will come back in 2027 and continue with the noise. Didn't I tell you that on several occasions? Now we are back to that square one. And the funny aspect of it is that if you listen to Peter Obi, he has not changed. He didn't change. The way he spoke, I actually don't listen to him. But yesterday, I said, let me listen to him because let me see whether there is a new thing coming up. The way he spoke, he didn't, even his hand gesture, unpresidential hand gestures are still there. So he didn't change. He's still the same person, speaking the same way, opening his mouth the same way, making what do they call it, innuendos. So let me say this again. One man, if I hope they have a game that are ready to play, perfected game, because they are going into a field that somebody thinks he knows so much. I hope they have a perfected game they are going to play. Otherwise, if it's this thing that they're doing, I repeat
Zita, we already know their play. There are two plays that's going to come to the fore over the next
no, woman, you cannot say that. It doesn't work that way. You cannot say that. Give it to politicians that sometimes they are smart each other. So I have to leave it like that. I won't say this is all they got until this is all they got. It's not over until it's over.
All right, we'll see nearer the time. But if we go by historical antecedents, the politics that Obi will play will be politics of sentimentality because that's what he has been playing pretty much since the election till now. And what the Northerners will play will be politics of insurgency. So you'll see a lot more incidents of insecurity in the build up to the elections because that was what they used against Goodluck Jonathan, and that's their strength. So that's the two strength spaces of those two spaces. Obi sentimentality and the Northerners launching insecurity and insurgency. So is Tinubu going able to counterweight those two spaces? Is the question.
One man. I didn't see anything different today. Maybe you saw something different, but I believe.
No, I didn't watch it actually because I was saving it for tomorrow.
Chip in something?
Yeah. Coming part of
one man.
yeah.
You see, that's how people vote now. People vote based on sentiment. You understand? For all the parties, I'll give you instances. You see, the obedient guys in the southeast voted based on the fact that our guy is supposed to be there. I mean, we should do rotation and stuff like that. The obedient team in the southwest voted based on all those statistics and coming across as someone that is intellectual. And based on southwestern guys now, they just want somebody that can talk like that. And the obedience in the middle belt and in north central was based on also tribe because you have a lot of southeasterners there, and based on the religious sentiment, Christian, Muslim ticket. That's the sentiment. For Tinubu, some people voted based on, oh, this guy has a record, but they voted based on the fact that he's our person. So Southwestern have voted for him, and based on the reaction or response to the way obedience were pushing, that's especially the obedient from the southeast were pushing, and they were giving tribal language or tonation to the campaign. So the southwestern guy just felt okay. So if it is like that, then no problem. I know a number of obedient guys who left Obi because of that, because they were the way the southeastern obedient were insulting people, and the people from my state Edo were insulting people and everything. So some obedient in the southwest just say, oh, so it has turned to southwest and southeastern, so they then went there. And the same thing with the north. And if you go back, all our election is based on sentiment, even when the person is performing, and it's based on the sentiment at the time of election. Sentiment, now that's why some people say it is too early. You need to just read what the sentiment.
But Patrick, what this survey, and this survey went nationwide to sample opinion, what this survey is telling us is that people are starting to pivot from those two strong spaces of religion and
They should go and do that survey towards the election, not now. When you say something is sentiment and emotion, emotion moves up and down. So you can't do a survey of people's emotion now and use it to make a prediction of something that will happen in 2027 now. Somebody will have a mood swing in the morning, and in the evening it has changed. You understand? So it's too early to start. That's why some people think this coalition is just too early. When they
Patoski.
It's not too early, Patoski.
No, I mean the survey.
I think it's the
no,
coalition
the survey.
you said. Oh.
Yeah, the sentiment, because
Patoski.
We lost you. Yeah. Carry on, Oroyo. I think we lost Patoski.
And that's the way people vote. Only very few people have time to sit down and start analyzing the way me, you, Zita, and all of us are thinking. oh, he has performance. These people have not done well before. They were part of the government. For anybody to think that they will see David Mark and El-Rufai and everything saying they want to restore or rescue Nigeria, and that Nigeria will believe them, nobody would ever have thought that way. But it just shows that Nigerians are not rational. They just say yes. Some of them immediately believe that David Mark and everyone will come and rescue Nigeria. But because we are not thinking, we are not taking information, analyzing, we are just responding to things. And mind you, obedient members are also very emotional. If Obi take vice president today, you'll be surprised that majority of them will still support him. They will take him because they are close
I
to
will not
the
be no. I'm not. I don't even think it will be a matter of ethnicity. I think it's a bit like a football or sport. People,
everything will throw
yeah,
in.
yeah. You know, people have
Support your
gone.
cause.
They've nailed their colors to the
The
mouth.
religion thing will still come up. The every aspect of sentiment will still come up. Just go and watch. That's the way people vote, and even all over the world too. So look at it now. Why would anybody vote for Donald Trump in 2020?
Patoski, I have a question for you when you finish.
So all those emotions will.
Why wouldn't they vote for him?
There are people who are objective that they will say, "Oh, this is it. This they will do the calculation," but majority of voters, because our democracy is still young and people are getting politically enlightened more and more. It wasn't like this before, self in the past, but that emotion, sentiment, bandwagon effect, all those things still play major role in any election, not only in Nigeria, all over, all over. It's unfortunate, that's it, but that's it. You say you have a question.
Oh, all right, ask that question, and then I'll take this on to another topic. Then go from her to you.
Patoski,
yeah.
How do you perceive Obi? Because when you were speaking, you said some people perceive him as being intellectual. So how do you perceive him?
How I perceive Obi?
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at, okay, let me just pick it in some areas, and in the way he's able to appeal to people, you will see Obi appeal to a lot of young people because of the way he speaks. It's not as if he's very articulate, like maybe.
But the result record did not show that. I don't know why you people keep saying that.
No, I'm just saying the obedient, the young obedient. Obi has a lot.
I'm talking about
Obi has a lot of vote
Hold
now.
on, hold on. Patoski, listen to what this guy said, because I was about to say
the record of what?
The records don't show that Obi has a large followership amongst the young people.
Let me explain to you now. Let me tell you why.
The result of the elections 2023, which is the last data that we have.
So the people that voted for him, are they old people?
No, but it doesn't command the young space.
It does. It doesn't. Okay, let me give you.
The results tell us
the results did not show that he commanded.
Did they analyze the vote based on age? Did they analyze vote based on age?
They did.
Yes.
They did.
Who did that? Who did that one? I gave that data.
No,
that young people.
Yes. Did that? We discussed it here even.
No, wait now, one man. Are you saying that INET provide the demography of vote based on the voters? Wait now.
That's the way.
Hold on, let me finish now. You are not even allowing me to ask your question.
We know the question, Abokarian.
How can you know the question?
You are asking if
so that means you are not even listening. So if there's no way you can even provide me the answer correctly.
You are asking
because
if
you already have an answer that is made up, and I'm not finished answering the question.
They provided the age demography.
I'm saying that did INEC? I'm not saying NGOs or election observers, or did INEC?
Yes.
Provide the where is the INEC portal?
Yes.
Okay.
They will tell you the age demographic that registered, the age demographic that voted,
that voted for APC, that voted for.
Yes.
Then I need to look at it.
Every election they do that.
And then something is wrong. I perceive that.
And the gender demography as well.
I perceive that election was rigged then.
That's the way to calculate the result now.
I perceive that election was rigged.
You know why you are sorry, Zita. You know why you are perceiving the election as rigged. because you are falling into the trap of a vocal minority. So what you have with Obi is a vocal minority.
So
You
all
know,
the votes that Obi got, majority of them were from old people.
no. Look, it comes right across. You know, let's if we average the voter in 2023, right through the age paradigm, and we take a median, we say the average voter was round about between 28 to 32. That's just the average, taking the whole spectrum and averaging it. You know, and so if you cannot with that say that Obi commands the youth vote. If you look at the north, for instance, the abundance of the Nigerian population is in the north. The youth population is likely in the north. Obi got nothing in the north. You know, and the south was split. The majority of Yoruba now went to APC. You know, so just because these people make noise all the time, I think we're getting somewhat. Obi does not command the youth narrative because I don't think
What
so.
man, you are even dragging the thing too much. Common sense. The man did not win any up to 15% in the south, northeast, and north central, northwest. And these are the people that are highly, if you look at the record of
That's where the
registration,
youngest
that is
population
the
is.
youngest population. So why
So,
did you come here to say that he's commanding youth? Simple. Forget about what. Let's assume
it's because they repeat it all the time and then it's taking on a truth of its own. You
Yes,
know, Obi
when
doesn't
you lie
command the
too
youth vote.
much, the lies turned out to be sounding true. Forget, okay, let's assume because they don't ever believe our institutions. Let's not believe INEC. INEC is lying. But let's use our common sense. The demography, the northeast and the north central, the man did not get up to 15% vote from each state there. And those are the highly concentrated youths we are talking about. So why you people keep pushing this narrative that he has command? Even Shehu said it today, and it was
in a good number of
ridiculous.
those, it got less than 1% in a good number of those places. So where it's not, Obi doesn't command the youth vote, so only the data doesn't tell us that, you know. Am I still here? I'm not still here. Everybody's gone silent. All right. Are we still with Zeta or are you?
I did only one topic, unless you want to go on one topic.
No. You suddenly went silent. Let me take you to this. We're still within the 2027. Yes, but
Okay, I'm still going to look at that. Actually, I didn't know they actually published it. But from what I'm seeing is that if I have to judge based on the response, for example, if I take a sample on this platform, you've got a lot of young people like
Okay.
uptown.
Yeah, because they're more active in the space.
Yeah, they are. They tend to, and the reason for
no election. Any democracy calling election, demographic must come in.
So
very important. They have to break it down. Age, male, female, region, blah, blah, blah. That's the way they do it. It's a must. Otherwise, we are not calling anything. We are just calling numbers.
Okay.
Which should be fake. In any country, they must break it down. That's how they know your capacity and capability as a politician. They have to break that thing down in each corners. Youth from this age to this age, who carry and pass. Old people from this age, educated from this age to this age, who carry and pass. Women, market women, educated women. That's the way they do it. So they should stop carrying that their propaganda of Obi has the youth. Even I was surprised Shem said it. I don't know whether he was trying to pop him up to say something, but at the end of the day, he always said a lot of things and end up not saying anything.
You know that Shem is not the brightest tool not the sharpest tool in the box now. It's just it's an amala that we do sort of journalists now. That's Shem working by.
So at the end of the
call them. If you call any INEC official, as a presidential candidate or as a candidate, they will run the demography for you. From this to this person, this to this, that's the way they call election. They don't just call you win 200 votes, you win 300 votes. They break it down to demography. That they didn't announce it doesn't mean it doesn't show in their record.
All right. So still on the race towards 2027, let me take you in the direction of this headline on the screen. Federal government open to negotiating Nnamdi Kanu's release. So this is Dave Umahi coming out to fly that kite. So we've always maintained that Nnamdi Kanu will always be played politically, and we're not getting to the business end now, or the business epicenter, even not the end, but the epicenter of 2027 politics. So Nnamdi Kanu's name now coming into the fray. How are you digesting this headline, and how do you think Nnamdi Kanu plays into what happens in 2027?
Okay, let me tell you something. You know, I talk a lot of gibberish. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu, if Nnamdi Kanu is being released and he tries to campaign for Tinubu in the southeast, he will lose his relevance. You know, sometimes when I say something, you guys don't like it. But let me say this. There are some people who are so blinded with hate that even when you do good to them, they see that good as bad. So it is what it is.
Sorry, Zita, I beg your pardon. I don't think they'll be releasing Nnamdi Kanu to come and campaign. I think they'll be releasing Nnamdi Kanu to go and disrupt the obese space.
No, how is he going to disrupt the obese state? Is it to go and continue with his Biafra so that they don't vote?
Or it will just to the whole of let's say the narrative in the Southeast at the moment wraps around Peter Obi's journey towards a soul raw. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, then a lot of Nnamdi Kanu's people are actually on the Obi train at the moment. So if they just as a disruptor to that narrative, and Nnamdi Kanu of course comes to the counter way. So to go and counter, and then it will push on Obi's narrative a little bit. Then Obi has to contend then with what Nnamdi Kanu presents and what he's trying to push for. So it's just like a disruptor is really how I think they want to play him.
I don't know how he's going to play the magic, but let me tell you something. They don't like Tinubu, and that's it. Even if he releases Nnamdi Kanu today to them, it's not going to make them like Tinubu. I know what I'm talking about. But if Tinubu, according to you guys, you say he has a magic wand, he wants to gamble on Nnamdi Kanu to disrupt what, I don't know. But if Tinubu leave Nnamdi Kanu alone and do his clean politics, he might take Imo State and Ebonyi State. He might win those two states. If he plays his card well, he might take those two states. But if he wants to play drama of Nnamdi Kanu,
what about Abia State? How do you think Abia State would play if Nnamdi Kanu is released? It's from Umuahia, isn't it, Nnamdi Kanu?
I'll tell you something. You are trying to mix two situations together, and they can never mix together. If that is politics, you guys, Tinubu as a Yoruba man wants to play in Igbo land. Let's see how he's going to succeed with it. The hate for Tinubu is different. The love for Nnamdi Kanu and whatever mission he's doing is different. Yes, if you release him, he will come back. His people will be happy. But these two things does not interwoven. That you release him, they love, they have him back, does not have anything to do with what they have for you. Honestly, sincerely speaking.
But will it not affect the narrative of the Southeast?
No, it's not.
Because the narrative of the Southeast at the moment is almost exclusively around the
now, let me tell you what, and then we come to this your platform and say it. they will come here, and that's the narrative that will be in the Southeast, that he released him thinking they will vote for him. They will come to this your platform and say it koro to your face, and the skies will not fall. They will stand on it and say, oh, he think if he releases Nnamdi Kanu, we will vote for him. I'm telling you that those two things are two different things. But if any politicians think he can mumble the two together and get anything from it, I wish him luck. But all I can say is that there are two parallel lines. But if he has the magic hand to jam them together and get something out of it, hallelujah, praise God for him. But I don't see that visible. In fact, if he release him, that's even when they will laugh at him and mock him. Trust me, they will say, see him, stupid man. They will tell him to release him and the candidates in the election, don't they can't release him for us. To do what? I beg you. At least calm down, at least the man don't come out. You don't know. You don't know when people have soaked themselves in hate. That's how it works. It might work differently for people who have not soaked themselves in hate. They might see reasons, but if you are soaked in hate, you don't see reasons in things like that. But if Tinubu think he can pull that off, I wish them luck. I've told him anything in Nnamdi Kanu, my advice to him is to stay away from it. Honestly speaking, sincerely speaking, if he wants to campaign in the Southeast, push the two governors, how they won the gubernatorial elections, they should help him win his presidential election like that, fine. But if he's trying to mobile himself and rub himself with Nnamdi Kanu, one man, now here I don't talk about, maybe they no come back and call me rich, because they will come here and tell you and mock you and laugh you and tell you he thinks he can get a vote by doing that. I rest my case. Next topic.
All right, just finally, just a brief comment on this, and then we go to Royo, and then we'll move this around a little bit. We've got Ola and Patoki as well. On what platform do you think Peter Obi will be presenting in 2027, and in what capacity? So, what platform, what party, and vying for what, president or vice? What's your reading of what will
I
there?
will answer you the way he answered Shehu. We are still collating. It is a collation. We are yet to see what will come out. So he's Labour and ADC. So he's going to come out as Labour ADC presidential candidate. I rest my case. You can go to another person. I can only interject nonsense.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Zita. Of course, Zita are probably the cleverest woman on the planet. I've said that before, actually. I'm not sure that there are many more women out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'm not
So,
saying that there are many more women cleverer than Zita are living at the moment. So that's Zita, of course, the inimitable Zita. So that's Zita. From Zita onto Oroyo. So, Oroyo, the conversation, your contribution, we're talking about.
One man, please go to the next person. Go to the next person.
All right. Then we go to Patoski there now. So we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu's possible release, how that plays into the politics. We're talking about a survey that was carried out by the Tribune, telling us that the Nigerian electorate are a bit more sophisticated than they previously were, looking to competence and all that. We're also talking about Wike lashing at the coalition, inviting us there to look at the qualities of persons converging to rescue Nigeria. So we're speaking to those or whatever else interests you, Pato.
Yeah, thank you very much, woman. My major, what I even want to look at is the coalition. And though I said earlier on that Nigerians vote on based on sentiment, but this is an opportunity to educate Nigerians and to make Nigeria see what is going on. Now, when you see someone like Rotimi Amaechi saying that Nigeria need to be rescued, Nigeria they need to salvage Nigeria, it makes you think that they just assume that Nigerians are not thinking, and that you could sell anything to them, and that Nigerians will just buy it. This is a Rotimi Amaechi that was, I think, was during his time, the judiciary was shut down in Rivers State for almost a year. And now he's an advocate of democracy.
Bam. Thank you for remembering.
You
If
understand?
na me talk
He's
and
an,
now they go abuse
he's
me.
an advocate of democracy in Nigeria. You understand? This is somebody that's so irresponsible. You were Minister of Transport, you had a rail project from Abuja to Kaduna or whatever. And that rail line was attacked. And I remember them interviewing him. And he said, well, he has done his work. He's not the Minister of Defense. He's not. That's how reckless he can be as a leader. That he was granting an interview to Meokwe and Sheon, and he said that he's not the Minister of Defense, he's not the one in charge that to be protecting that line, but you're an ESCO. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how irresponsible such a person can be. You have been a minister for 80 years, and you are saying Nigeria is not doing well, Nigeria is supposed to be a great nation. Or somebody like David Mark, who was governor as a lieutenant colonel, 30 something. He was governor of Niger State. He was director of Signal Corps in Nigerian Army. He was the Minister of Communication in his early 40s. He was Minister of Communication, managing NITEN and Nigeria Postal Services. All those two agencies that he managed as Minister of Communication, all of them are dead now. The same guy was Senate President for years. And now he's trying to say Nigeria need to be rescued. When you look at all of them, look at Tambua, the same thing. Look at all of them. You just call that they just want to grasp power. They want to grab this power. They want to just take it on, and they are not after Nigeria being okay. Rotimi said, Wike asked a question. He said, they've said that this coalition had been on for about 18 months. Now, Tinubu have just spent 24 months. Take that 18 months out of 24 months. That means 6 months. Within the 6 months of this government, they started trying to grab power from him. This was somebody who served as a minister in a government that didn't even choose minister for 6 months. 6 months of the first 6 months of Buhari, there was no minister. Nothing was really moving in that sense. And this same man, they are forming coalition now in less than 6 months of Tinubu's assumption of office. I am not, I don't have sentiment for Tinubu because he's now in power. But during election, I campaigned for him and stuff like that. But he's now in office, so I don't have sentiment. But the truth needs to be told that these people are just to grab power. Obi is ready to become vice president. What contribution can he make as vice president? If his dream is to help improve the country, what contribution can he make as vice president that he cannot make now? You and I know that vice president in Nigeria has no power, nothing to contribute. So he can as well make that contribution now to tell you that he just wanted to go in there. That's just the truth. Because if Obi really wants to make impact and the kind of changes that he is always articulating, he has to be the president to be able to achieve it. And all of us know that this coalition is built around the article, the same way 2015 coalition was built around Buhari. So anybody that came to that 2015 coalition hoping that he will grab power is just a passerby, deceiving himself. And that's what happened to Atiku. For him to think that Atiku will not run. Somebody one of us said Atiku is born to run. He has been running all the elections in Nigeria except 1979 and 1983. After that 1983, all the elections in Nigeria, Atiku has been running. Presidential candidate he ran in 93. In 1999, he ran for governorship, became vice president. 2003, he almost ran against his president. And that created a problem. In 2007, he ran. In 2011, he ran. In 2013, he ran. In 2015, he ran for primaries in APC. In 2019, he ran. In 2024, he ran. So what is 2027? What will change? That he will not. The only thing that can make Atiku not to run is if maybe God called him home or something. So the man will run in 2027. So Obi must understand that.
So na
But
customer.
customer that done. Now so Malam say customer that done. I mean, be correct customer. If Obi think that Atiku will not run, then Obi that means Obi is not
Can
really a
I
leader
can I just interject for a bit?
that has
Um,
foresight.
can I just interject for a bit? Greetings, everybody.
Okay.
Greetings, one man. Greetings to the panelists, chat, and the viewers.
Because I'm
I
Niger.
wanted to ask a question. Has Atiku ever said he would be willing to um, give support another candidate throughout the period when he has been running for presidency before now? Has he ever said, okay, if some other candidate or the stuff is zoned in one direction, that he was going to support the candidate that won it? That's the question.
In
Why did
2015,
you ask the question?
he said yeah, in 2015 that was going to support Buhari, and after that election, primary just went to Dubai.
Oh, so on this in that he was going to support Buhari
Yeah, in
in 2015.
2015. In 2015, yeah, the agreement was that when eventually any candidate emerge, all the people will support that person. That was what he said. That was what they said.
So then what
So
did he do?
he didn't support Buhari. He didn't support Buhari.
Did he run against Buhari?
He couldn't have run again now. He had run one primary now. He couldn't go and run in another party again now.
Yeah, but that is different now from saying that he ran against the person. The contest I'm talking about now is because
You know
twice,
why? This is what I'm
twice.
saying now.
Oh,
Okay.
hold
Let me
on, Pastor. Hold on, Pastor.
no. Let me give him context.
No,
Let me
no,
give
no.
him
No.
context.
Let him take us to where he wants us to be so that we
No,
understand.
let me give him the context.
No,
In
we
this
are not giving
election,
him the context of
Atiku said
fully.
that the primaries that everybody will go to primary. That when anybody that the primary eventually present, they will support the person. And that was what happened in 2015. He went. That means Atiku is going to contest in this ADC primary. That's what it is.
That's not where Tunaja is taking you. Tunaja
Where
is
are you
taking
saying?
you. Is taking you to the space that Atiku has never made the sort of promise that he's making to Peter Obi, or simply because he believes in the Obi project. I think that's the broader space he wants to
No,
take you to.
the area is that one, P2B has been a VP candidate with him, and so his ideology is not that far removed from what P2B believes, and he has made such pronouncement at least twice in the last 1 year or so about whether if they zone it to the southeast, that he was going to support anybody that emerges from there, which he knows full well is going to be P2B because he's the only person that has gotten 6 million votes. So if he has said it twice in that way, it's one maybe it's not it's not the same as the other times he ran for president. Like the last one now, he never said it publicly that he was going to support any or the stuff should be zoned to the southeast. He never said it publicly
No,
the last time.
when he said if you zone it to the southeast, he's going to support the person. Who are the people that worked against it being zoned to the southeast? Even when the other parties and the all the southern governors say you must come to the south. So
Yeah, but
who will
what I'm
zone it
saying
to
is
the
that
southeast?
during that process, he never said publicly.
To Nigeria, you have to read the zeitgeist of the moment, you
No, no,
know.
I'm reading the Zygai, but I'm also reading
No,
what
no,
he
no.
said publicly.
You're not. It's really playing to the spirit of the politics that is in play now. I'm not sure how long you have been listening, but Patoski just ran us through the journey of Atiku Abubakar towards this presidency. He has been running since I think even since Abiola. And by all of the permutations, this is the last window of opportunity. So if you have been running through since Abiola, this that tells you it's a lifelong held ambition. And by all permutations, this is the last window for Atiku Abubakar to run as a presidential candidate. Now, this coalition now is Atiku is the arrowhead of this coalition. If you look at the body of the coalition, you've got David Mark, who is an Atiku man, people like Adino Melaya, etc., etc. These we saw when he was going to Osun State to go and romance Aregbesola to bring him in. So the whole structure is an Atiku structure. So Atiku will not build all of this structure wrapped around a life held ambition to hand it to people. I mean, come on, man.
Let me see. One of the reasons why you have to look at the differences. That's why I'm trying to highlight that there are differences in his pronouncements this time, something he has never done before. And secondly,
Yeah, the
the idea,
pronouncement is to do with his zeitgeist because of the
yeah,
currency that is in play. It's just
okay,
for
But
maybe you are
sorry,
right, but let,
one
let
man,
me let me let me do one
Niger,
other listen. Yeah.
let me tell you this. Are you aware that yesterday he was still talking about his presidency?
Yes, he was. He was, and I heard about it. And not that I saw it, but I heard that some people
So
said that
no,
he
why are
said
you
such.
people just being
But let me
delusioned?
explain
Why
my
are
point.
you
Let
hold
me
on.
explain my point.
Hold on. Let him explain his point. But
Yeah,
look at this headline as well. Well, I think it's already crafting his presidency, but carry on. Still think it's
yes. So the thing about the thing about it is that they are if they are not aware, then they are the stupidest people on the face of the earth. That the last time when they they did this in 2022 or so or 23, and when they went on to do their primaries, the moment and Tinubu was elected and Atiku was selected in the PDP, there was a massive surge towards P2B. The reason why is because the country cannot countenance. There's a lot of youths out there. There's a lot of people out there that cannot countenance these two old men. And if he's not aware of that, then he's the stupidest man. And whatever he's going to put together is going to fail. Because one, when they had PDP intact, at least as intact when they had a Wike and all the rest in there, they didn't manage to get anything done. Not to mention now he goes and puts himself in the ticket again, and he thinks this group that he put together is going to emerge. This in the only emerge with a united voice. The only united voice that's going to come out there that can galvanize, especially the south, this is the southeast, because Tinubu now is not angry for the southeast because I think he feels like he's out of favor in the north. He's angry for the southeast and the south side. Wants to garner a lot of votes from that area. And if Atiku thinks that he's going to just go there and say, I'm going to take it, especially when it's not technically the turn of the North right now in that ADC. If he does that, he's just repeating what happened last year. He's blind. He doesn't think strategically, and they're going to lose woefully. Like it's going to be worse than the last time, because before they get to the election, the whole party will fall apart. First, the support is not going to be there, so that's going to just completely deflate them. The only thing he's going to get is a North, because Peter Obi is not going to be there, and if Peter Obi is not going to be there, the vote that he's going to get in the South is going to be totally divided. That it's going to be split in the middle. If he's lucky that this Tinubu doesn't wipe him out in the South and the Southeast itself. So I don't know, man. What kind of permutation is sitting in his head? If he doesn't get it straight that he's going to lose woefully, then he's a blind man. Well, clearly, see, the thing about P2B is that he has very low negatives. What kind of stupid political people don't understand that? He has very low negative. This man is very civil, and if you have, and he's already won 6 million votes with and he said he's going to run one term. And P2B is the kind of person you are likely to believe. If Atiku supports him, and they have one strong northern candidate backing him, they are likely to unseat Tinubu. But anything else is going to fail. It's only
No, but let me
Atiku
ask you a question.
and Peter Obi that has won over 6 million votes. Only two of them.
No, let me ask you a question. If eventually Atiku puts Peter Obi go 2027, where does that put Atiku? Does that put Atiku in an opportunity to run in 2031?
Yes, it gives him an opportunity to run in 2021. No. It's not only him. It's not only him. It's also the vice president of P2B. Let's say it was Erufai.
Hold on. So answer that question now. Where does that put? So does that then? Are you saying Atiku, because Atiku sacrifices his life held ambition for Peter Obi's ambition. That's essentially what you're saying.
No, he didn't sacrifice anything because he would never have won it. There's no way if Atiku goes into this election, he will lose.
If Atiku didn't
Excuse
think he
me,
was
let
going
me
to
ask
win,
you a question. Sorry, one man. Let me ask the speaker a question. Make una no vex. A man who came second in an election and has always drawn crowd, more especially in recent times when he come out to contest, all of a sudden, you are saying he's gonna lose, but somebody who came third is the person you are sure that will unseat a sitting president. Really?
Yes. Because the one that came second is an old man that represents similar thing as the current president that is in office, and the reason why, and he is the one that has oversaw the destruction of the PDP party, and the votes that he lost the last time, he's not going to get it back, and especially when Tinubu is going for those votes too. I just answered him. I just answered. I said, no. Remember, the votes that they got is very close. It's not like, oh, he just got 8 million votes and PWB got 2 million. It's not that. It's not that way.
So, if you are counting people who destroyed PDP in 2023, you are counting off P2B, right?
P2B didn't do anything to destroy PDP.
P2B did not destroy the PDP now.
It was Atiku himself that did it. And Wike.
P2B took all the vote, the traditional voting block of PDP, took it.
He took it
and
because
even when everybody was
abused,
telling him.
See, let me say this to you. If Atiku, if it was Wike that emerged in that election, you will not have obedience right now. I can assure you. If it was Wike that emerged in that PDP primaries, obedient movement will not exist. P2B will not matter. This is my point. You are not getting. The reason why people moved to P2B because it was Atiku, and it wasn't even his turn. Because do you know what? No, do you know what would have happened after Fulani just left office?
How are you making an argument of
try to understand what I'm saying here.
Second.
You are not listening. You are not listening. Nobody says Atiku doesn't have a constituency. I'm saying that after Buhari just left office, Fulani, and he expects the people to just support him to go and be elected again. Another Fulani that could serve another 8 years. It's impossible for that to happen. And that led to a situation where by the moment he was selected, the party ripped apart completely. And that, if it was Wike, like I said, that's the difference. Pay attention to what I'm saying. If it was Wike that was chosen, the P2B would not matter. Because P2B didn't matter that much at that time. And it's going to happen again. If they make that mistake of going with an old man again, the party will rupture again.
Listen,
but for Father, you have not
let me
answered
tell you
the question now.
It's actually not right for anybody to do permutation on politicians and removing their support base. It's wrong to do that.
No, I didn't remove his support base.
P2B has never beaten Atiku.
I never said that.
And now listen.
You are addressing a different point. Address the point that I made about Wike.
I say something? Even if Atiku come out today, make una listen. Una no come here, come meet which tomorrow. If Atiku come out today and P2B come out, two of them contesting for presidential election, Atiku is still gonna gather more votes than Obi.
Okay, let's say he can, but he's still not going to win the election. Let's say
he might not win the election, but Obi is not gonna win the election either.
But then what is your point? The point you didn't even address the point that I made. The point I made was about if it was Wike. No, listen before you talk again, because you're just going to make another point that I didn't make.
He's trying to answer that question.
Can I answer my question?
I think what you're contending is the difference between possible and probable. That's really what you're.
I'm basically saying that if Wike had been chosen, that should tell you what is happening here. There is a sizable chunk of votes that if anybody that emerges from another region shows up, that vote will go to that person.
My point is that
sorry, Zita, we're debating too sharply. Wait, I think the contention really is who has the better chance of unseating Tinubu,
Exactly.
Atiku or Peter Obi, and the probability is more Atiku. The data is more Atiku. The historical
Thank you.
antecedent is more Atiku.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
no, not
That's
the
what he's
sentiment,
trying to
not
say.
the no. This is what we were saying. We were arguing about
I
who
think
was. So I
I
think you
think
are
what
going
is
with the
being revealed here is
yeah.
that some of all this AI, and a lot of people are for Tinubu. That's why they want Atiku. They know Atiku is going to
No,
lose woefully.
No,
Because
That's not the point. You asked
that's
do
me
you
not
know
the
what's
what is
my
going to
point.
point.
happen? Do you know what is going to
Wait,
happen if you
let
choose
me
Atiku?
give you my point. Listen carefully. My point is that if you put Obi as a presidential candidate, he will not beat Tinubu.
Okay, you think
That's
so?
my point.
And
But
Obi,
if you put Atiku and pair him with probably Obi or maybe somebody else, they might probably have a chance.
you
But if you
you
put
are
Obi,
seriously in the Nigerian machine. You are one of those people that just say things that don't even add up. You
No,
just
is
you
that
no,
not
just
it's
what
saw
the
been
an
data?
adding up
article.
No,
now.
is that
Since
not
I
what the
came to this
data tells
platform,
us?
it has been
No, but the
adding
data
up.
doesn't say that. The data indicates that. That's why I keep saying the data shows that Atiku will get votes, but his votes will be limited
Also,
No, but
because Atiku has high negatives. He
let
has
me.
very very
Sorry,
high
Forman.
negatives.
Can I
It's not
respond
like
to
Peter
one?
Obi that has very low
Can I
negatives.
respond
Peter Obi
to?
can penetrate Atiku's votes, but Atiku can penetrate
Let's
Peter Obi's votes.
let's come this way. What Zita is trying to make you understand is this: if we base the outcome on their historical performance, and you say one of them should represent the party, then based on their historical performance, Atiku is supposed to be the one, because in the last election Atiku came second, and Obi came third. So how will you say that somebody that came second should step down so that somebody that come third will fly the ticket
You know the
based on
I
reason.
his
don't know where his
You know
argument
the
is coming
reason
from. I
because
based
don't
on
understand that
historical let me
argument.
finish now.
because
Based on historical performance, we are not saying this is what we want. You are
oh
saying
god, you
you
want to
people
add
don't
another
wait
soup on
now.
top of it.
Man,
One of them has
Nisuru.
run
All
since
of us are holding
1990
on for you
something,
now. Hold
and the
on
other
now.
one is just run
Chairman,
one time.
hold on. Chairman,
yeah, but
hold on. All of us.
it fails now. So they have a,
Yeah,
they
he
both
But he
won
have,
has been
practically
they
he
both
won
have a
practically
history
the
of
same
failing.
amount of votes as somebody that has been
Through
running since
Niger,
1990 something.
No,
through
no.
Niger,
Through
he has
Niger,
been
you
running
ask for
since
facts.
1990 something. But even at that, he's been beating Obi blue black.
No, he
Even when
hasn't.
hold
BOB
on,
has
let
not
me
been running.
finish. Let me finish. When Obi
God.
was his running mate, they lost almost 2 million votes in the southeast.
Oh, shocker.
And then when Obi became president, he still beat him. So
Wow.
why are you saying
He
that he should
didn't beat
step down for
him.
that kind of person? I don't know how you
Peter
make
Obi
your
basically
argument.
campaigned for barely how many months?
No.
No,
What do you
hold
mean?
on.
What do you mean that he
Peter
basically
Obi,
campaigned? I don't understand.
you may even argue that Peter Obi
No,
has
hold on. What do
can
you
you
mean by he basically campaigned for how many months?
how
Please
many
explain
months?
that.
Because he became a candidate for Labour Party for a very short period of time and won almost about
Where did
6
you
million
get that one
votes.
from?
When did he become
Excuse me.
a Labour
Hold
Party
on,
member again?
please. Let me correct this. I need to
No,
correct
when
this.
did he? No, I'm asking you a straight
Hold on,
question.
please.
Is he? You just like to
Hold
waste
on.
time. When did he
No,
become
no,
a
no,
Labour
no.
Party member?
So sorry, Sonaja. Let's. I think she
Can
wants
I
to.
correct this?
She
You want
wants to
to drag
address
it
it.
on?
No, she wants
Hold
to
on. Let me
address it
correct this.
from her perspective. Yeah.
In Nigeria, they have
Oh
what they call
God.
all over the world. They have what they call election timetable. When the timetable says start, that's when all of them started. Nobody had a short window. Obi is not a new candidate in Nigerian political arena. So he was a governor for 8 years. He was in Tinkan Island. He was wanting to this person and wanting to another person.
You know, he
And
tried to
he
deny
was
that
the
thing
vice
can island.
president in 2019. So he's a kind of relatively known person. So the timetable say start campaign this time. All of them started at the same time. So why are you saying he has a short
Wow.
period to campaign? Where did you get
I've
that
never
word
seen
from?
anybody as dishonest as you are. I'm sorry to say, you are
No,
really a
no, no,
dishonest human being.
don't make it
You've
personal
started
now.
Because
abusing my person.
it's tiring. It's just
No,
exhausting to be hearing her talk as if it's true.
no.
Why do you do that? I don't like people that are just
Hold
like
on,
this.
Toniger,
It just I don't.
hold
No,
on.
one
Play the
man.
ball, not the man. Play the ball, not the man.
That's why I said what she said was dishonest. See, the thing is, okay, if I refer to it directly, I don't care. I don't want to refer to it directly. See, two opinions are not the same. If one person is just
He's
dissembling,
dishonest with what I
sorry,
said.
let me finish, please. If one person is just dissembling continuously and the other person is trying to be honest, you are gonna, if you treat them as equals, the other person that is dissembling is gonna win. That is awful. What she's doing is dissembling.
To Naija. See, you have seen
Election
everything
says start
from
by
your
12. All
perspective.
of them start
Wait,
campaign
Because
by
wait,
I can just
12.
come and start
You said
lying now. I can
somebody
just come and
by
start
8
wait
is
lying
going to
now.
start
constantly,
campaign.
and you will not catch up with me.
Hold on, Ola. Sorry, Toniger, what exactly has she said that is not? What Lisa said to you?
What she said that was very
Hold on.
wrong.
She said that Obi is a known quantity within the Nigerian political paradigm. So it's not a new face that just busted from out of the and then she also said that INEC sets the electoral cycle, and when they fire the starting pistol, everybody starts campaigning. So nobody had an advantage over him by any paradigm of measure. He was a known quantity. He ran as a vice presidential candidate. He was the governor of a middle-ranking state. So it was a known entity within the space. And when the election started, everybody had the equal space in time for the campaign. And that's what Lisa said. So
Yeah, but what she said,
none of that is wrong
this
now.
is why I said it's dissembling. Now, let me explain. In reality, Peter Obi went to a party that hasn't gotten, I think, how many million, not even close to a million, barely 10,000 votes at max. So they barely have any infrastructure anywhere. He showed up from nowhere, got into that party, and they won 6 million votes. That's the point. And she knows it. He just dissembling and saying, no, I don't know why we have to go through all this dancing game that we do all the time. It's just a fact. Nobody's saying Atiku didn't win 6 million votes or 7 million votes or doesn't outperform P2B in terms of the actual numbers. I'm saying that this guy has been around for how many decades now in politics? And given the political dynamics right now, that the North is not supposed to be in office right now, he could easily skip this one and have somebody that has low negatives, that has proven himself to win a lot of votes, even without a lot of machinery. This is a very, very simple thing for me to see. And pretend as if you can't see it is just disingenuous.
And a valid point as well, to be honest. That's a valid point right there. What essentially Nigeria is saying is Peter Obi has momentum. You cannot. I've got the figures right here. You cannot dispute that within the and when it says 6 months, it's not even saying Peter Obi is new to the political landscape, but his expression towards the first phase in the country is within this particular electoral cycle, and just from that expression, Atiku was only able to beat him by just over 800. Those are the figures on your screen right there. Atiku was only able to beat him by over 800,000 votes. So what Nigeria is inviting is that if Obi has this level of trajectory and momentum, and Atiku has been in the cycle for about 7 electoral cycles, and Atiku has essentially plateaued though, because these votes they're not going to deviate that sharply either way. But what Nigeria is inviting is that Peter Obi has momentum. One, the sentiment of the country is that the power stays within the south too. So if Atiku is able to achieve his ambition, if he really wants that change, then he should pack his structures behind Peter Obi, because that's the best possibility to push Tinubu out. Is that broadly where you are,
Yeah, you are very correct. That's the simple point I'm making. Peter Obi has more chance because of his low negatives and the fact that people are willing to look at him. Atiku has plateaued. There's no way. Peter, you see, I can tell you 100% here, sitting here, if Atiku is running, this in Tinubu will win, because I've had a lot of Southerners. Do you know what Southerners are saying? That they would rather Tinubu win than Atiku, even when they don't like Tinubu. This is so obvious.
One man, One
To
man.
Niger, can
Let me
someone even
repeat
challenge
myself
this
again. One
your
man. Sorry,
opinion?
please. Can I
Madam
say
Mayor, please,
something?
if you
Please.
don't mind, let me just
Please. Let me just say this.
contribute if you don't
Let me
mind.
say
I've not
this.
said
One man.
anything. I've
Okay.
not said anything today. Please let me
I
say something.
wanted to chip in something.
No, you say to Niger, sometimes when you are strong in your perspective, don't assume that's how things flow across the entire 36 states of the country. Maybe you find yourself amidst the group of people that believe in obedience, and whatever they are telling you is
God
assuring your
bless you.
own bias. So, and you are taking that one as the truth. The truth can be biased too. Hope you know that. So, look, whatever you are saying, whatever gave Obi that kind of that support during that time, things over time have changed because some people never envisage the type of ethnic driven agenda that came with Obi. But after that Lagos incident, people clearly saw what happened. You know what happened? It changed because otherwise, I think Labour Party will have won uh, Lagos State. And for some eminent people to withdraw, that tells a lot. And Ayuna came with kind of one beautiful grammar that will be as a low. How did you arrive at that? How do you know that he has a little negative? As a matter of fact, the negativity around Obi is even looming larger than whatever you
Thank
may
you.
even have around the article. So see, put your opinion as your opinion as your own perspective, and don't just say Nigerians, because I'm in Nigeria too, and I would not even like that tone of that statement saying Nigeria likely. Am I not in Nigeria? So I have my opinion too. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, one man. Let me say
Yeah.
this.
So this are comes in, and then we start to restructure the conversation. But let me just align with one thing that Ola said right there. That don't speak on behalf of Nigerians, because everybody's a Nigerian, and you get that a lot from the obedience space. They say Nigerians are as though they are particular bias leaning partisan state. No, the
Most
obedience
of the
space
people I
has this.
speak to are not even obedient. I'm
Well,
telling
most
you,
of the people
they are not
you
even
speak
obedient.
to are now, you come from the
They,
obedience space
I
now.
think they tend to be people that just want Nigeria to change. Those are the kind of people I speak to. They might even support Tinubu, but you know how
Rudolph's
Emeka behaves here.
platform,
No,
the
sorry,
people using Rudolph's
what
platform are
what
not
I'm saying is that
obedient.
you know how Emeka behaves here. He supports Tinubu, but he doesn't like Tinubu. I speak to people like that. He doesn't like what Tinubu is doing right now. I mean, he supports Tinubu, but he doesn't like what Tinubu is doing. The point I'm making is that if Southerners that don't like Tinubu are saying that they will prefer Tinubu to go into to win than Atiku, that should tell you that no matter what Atiku does, he's not going to get their vote. He's not going to get their vote.
One man.
Sorry,
Let me
can I
say
interject
this.
a
No,
little?
sorry, you are wrong to. Sorry, sorry. Zita first, then you Remy. But let me just add this: you are wrong to say what you just said.
That's what they told me. I didn't say it.
No,
They said it.
no. Well, they are wrong to say it because historically, Peter Obi's vote belongs to Atiku, because
Yes.
the southeastern votes actually belong to the PDP. It's only because of the sentimentalities that we know that they are passing Obi at the
Not
moment.
true.
So
Not true. Because when it was good luck, it went to good luck. You see, it's when there is no southerner running, that's when it goes to the north. But when it was good luck, they went to good luck.
when has the Southeast ever voted outside of the PDP?
When it was good luck. I know, not
The,
outside
the,
PDP, but it was good luck. It was a southerner. That's my point. But if it
no,
was a
no. In the Fourth Republic, when has the Southeast ever voted other than the PDP?
let's see.
Never.
No,
They don't.
but okay, yes, it's the PDP, but I'm trying to let you know that the
Yeah,
people they vote for are southerners.
no. It don't. What do you mean they were Southerners?
They
It
tend
don't.
to focus on voting southerners first, except they don't have that option. If you look at their
What
pattern, that's their behavior.
was Yaradua a Southerner? The Southeast vote was Yaradua.
Yaradu against who? Was it not Buhari? That's the problem. I keep telling you. It's because there are two northerners, then they will choose one. But if there is a southerner in the race, like Obasanjo, they vote Obasanjo. If there is a Jonathan, this in the race, they vote Jonathan. And they are telling me all the time, it's not only one person that has said it. The fact that they keep repeating it, and they are not even together. People that are separate are saying rather have Tinubu than Atiku.
All right. Let's do this. Let's have a say. Remy comes in because Remy is just coming and it's not yet said something, and then we yeah.
One man, you see, you know, Easterners, Southeasterners have never, apart from on something like governors, they have never voted any party except PDP. And I don't really think if you come out from APC or any other party and contest as presidential candidate in Nigeria, Southeast will vote you. But if you come out from PDP, probably you might get their vote. That being said, let me go back to what I said before, that I got abused. I don't really do care anyway. I'm going to say it. If you look at Obi, this Obi that's saying that has more, what did they use? Lows or
lower negatives.
Low negatives, and then more acceptable. If you look at his trajectory as a politician, he has struggled all through to get into position. Right from the time he contested for governor, till the time he was vice presidential candidate, till the time he was a presidential candidate. And I must make bold to say that even as a presidential candidate, that everything was going for him then, he still contoured. To tell you how he struggles with Nigerians, nobody is seeing that. The guy actually do struggle with Nigerians, irrespective of the noise people carry in the internet that Nigerians want him. He has, I don't know where they get that. But the statistics are not showing that at all. Right from the time he was governor, it was a struggle for him to become governor. The second time too, it was a struggle for him to become governor the second time. Then vice presidential candidate, the party he ran under as a vice presidential candidate, because he was the vice president, the party lost most of their votes from where he was coming from. Then, as a presidential candidate too, he ran with everything going for him. He still contoured. And this is a man, people are saying, let me finish, please. This is a man, from all indications, people still keep shouting that Nigerians prefer him. I wish you people luck.
Okay, can I?
Yeah, Remy, yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Sorry, let Remy go first, and then you come after
I just
me.
want to talk to one man, please. I have some women here who are listening to Ms. Zita. She's the only woman on the platform. Please try to protect her. Sorry, that's what I want to say.
No, in fact, it's Zita that should be protecting me. Zita has bigger muscles than me, you know. But no, Zita. If Zita ever leaves this platform, I will shut it down. She's she's precious to us all. About Remy?
Yeah, so it is very easy and very simple. From day one, it has been.
You are strong before you.
Sorry, carry on.
It has been the excitement you are seeing today is because some part of the north they want the power to go back to the north, and that is where you see.
Madam, come and contest the election.
Sorry, carry on, Remy. Patrick, I'm going to put you on one more time. If you continue to disrupt the thing, I may remove you permanently. But carry on, Remy.
Okay, so that is the excitement you say. The moment that coalition remove Atiku and they put Obi there, that is a walkover for. It's going to be a walkover for Tinubu. Tinubu is going to win 100%. The northern part and where the APC is very strong is the northwest, and that is why you are seeing that Tinubu is trying to pacify them, do a lot of things to make, and they have the largest vote in Nigeria when you talk about demography. I mean, from region to region. So, and I told you before, what they are doing now is this. Obi already agreed to be VP to Atiku before. Well, because of people backlash from, especially from his movement, and that is why he changed tune. I told you before that they are lining up Amaechi as will be the VP of Atiku. So if you are here supporting Obi, the best bet for him is to go his own way. But unfortunately for him, just like somebody that does not know what he wanted to do, going to the left and right, As we speak today, it does not have a political party. If Kia is not taken, it might not even contest in the election. So whether you like it or not,
Remy, do you play chess?
no, not at all.
Are you familiar with the game, though?
Yeah, of course. So at the end of the day,
do you know what a pawn is? A pawn.
Yes, I know. I know it's being used as a pawn.
Yes, but Peter B is a pawn in a game that is bigger than him. He don't. I think we're
from day one.
I think we're going to pull his trousers down, bend him over, and insert him anally. But
from day one, the collation is centered only around one person, and that person is Atiku. Is the one dictating. Look around.
Imagine these people imagining that Atiku will give Obi the coalition ticket.
And people are not factoring one thing into consideration when they make their own analysis. Atiku today is 77 years old. Do you want him to wait for another 6 years for him to come and contest when he's going to be around 86 or 87? Come on, man. This is his last chance.
But think about it. He knows he's going to lose.
It does not matter.
If he has read the election cycles, he's going to know he's going to lose.
Tonight that you are looking at it, I'm sorry. You are looking at it through a layman's eyes. This is a politician. Fine. That is what he has been doing since 1992. And this coalition, just look around you. He brought his old men. He brought a lot of his people to the coalition. David Mack, Amaechi, all of them. Look around. Who does Obi brought in? Nobody.
Yeah,
and one thing I want to realize, in conclusion, let me conclude. In conclusion, no election is the same thing every year. Don't expect 2023 to repeat itself in 2027. No, it's not going to be like that. And then, and lastly, you guys are not factoring one important thing. There are so many people in APC lining up to be the president in 2031. And that's why you are going to see Kwankwaso to go and fight it out with them. It's going to APC. So you guys are not factoring.
You see why your argument, you are arguing against yourself. You as a layman.
Hold on for him, Remy. Let him have that.
Yeah, you as a layman can see something that cannot see. That's what you are saying. That you clearly know. You know full well that if Atiku runs, he's definitely going to lose to Tinubu. And you think Atiku doesn't know that? Atiku at least thought he had a chance the last time.
No, hold on, Remy. Look, you keep saying that.
No, because he's the one that said he's sure that Atiku is going to lose.
Look, everybody knows full well if Tinubu, if Peter Obi runs also, is going to lose to Tinubu. There's only one ticket that can threaten Tinubu. Tinubu will also. There's all of the probabilities probable that Tinubu will win. But the only sliver of hope of Tinubu being rattled somewhat is an Atiku Obi ticket, and that's the only thing. And Obi, but anyway, that's the ticket that was
he's not going to win. He's not going to win because Tinubu.
Yeah, but Obi ticket will not win either because nobody likes Obi.
I actually believe that if Obi and Erufai goes after Tinubu, they are going to defeat him.
Oh, come on!
Except Kwankwaso joins APC.
There's nobody more hated in Nigerian politics than you.
No, you can hate him, but in the north they don't hate him that much. In the north they don't hate him.
Through Niger.
You can say that.
What did he deliver in Kaduna State in the last cycle?
At least I know that he delivered something in Abuja. That's one thing I know for sure. And
no. Guy, hold on. We're talking about electoral value, and I've got data here. Hold on. I've got data here. What you know that
what are Shetima?
No, I'm not talking. Hold on. I'm not talking about
Did Tinubu not win with Shetima?
No,
I don't know.
I told you that Shetima delivered Borno State. What did El Rufai deliver in Kaduna State?
He didn't run as vice president. He didn't run as vice president. And he was a governor there. He headed FCT. So it's not like
it was the arrowhead of the Tinubu campaign. There was somebody that pushed
that actually won. That election, they actually won it, and he also spearheaded the Buhari one, and they actually won it. So I think for me, it's an asset. And Northerners, the Northerners that we don't like, those extreme Muslim ones, they like Shetima more than this thing, than whoever they are going to put against this thing. And I think with Obi, those two combination, I think they could unseat especially with Atiku's support. But Atiku has to support willingly. If Atiku doesn't support, they've already lost. All this one
Why
is just
you are
fame.
still just Joseph, you are still
Yeah.
talking totally like a layman. What do you think that? Do you think Atiku will leave his own ambition and then go and support who at age of 77 and 81?
It's like a hope.
It's not
It's like a hope versus reality.
It is not impossible. That's what I'm saying. If he knows he's going to lose,
He can
it's
never
not
do that.
impossible.
Can't you see what happened yesterday? You know what happened yesterday?
Atiku likes his money. He doesn't want to throw money away. He thinks he's going to lose.
All right, gentlemen. Let's do this just to regain some sort of structure. Let's do a quick. I'm not even going to do 5 minutes, like a 3 minute monologue, so that everybody establishes a position, and then we open it up. Pastor's first class. You get your 3 minutes to Niger. Go 3 minutes now. Remy, Simba, of course. No. So to Niger, Ola, Simba, and then we do it. Yes, to Niger, you're first. Just
yeah.
So let's limit the interjections, but also be rigid to the time, just so that everybody establishes the position. As soon as you go first.
Thank you. See,
and you're only going first, by the way, because you're a contrarian voice. But
I know that you're a troublemaker. So see, based on everything people are saying here, that Atiku is definitely going to run. Then let's just open the champagne, because all those people that are supporting Tinubu, they've already won. Because I've had so many Southerners, which was a bit surprising to me to be hearing, that people that hate Tinubu are willing to allow Tinubu to win instead of voting for Atiku. Because some people value the vote being in the South more than the North. If you don't know Nigeria, know that now. That is one thing Nigerians focus on. And this is another thing. People always think that people don't think about this rotation system. It matters. I don't know why they didn't put it inside the constitution. Because people are acting like that. They have expectations. They are willing to vote Tinubu. This is the so-called Baba no well people. They are willing to allow Tinubu to become president than to have Atiku in office. And if Atiku does that, let's watch the space. You watch the South unite against him if he decides to run. And it will be a day to behold that these so-called two groups in the Southeast, Southeast, and the Southwest fighting each other in 2023, now coming together. To watch it happen, I'm sure Northerners will be warning him. You have to be careful what you wish for, because if you do that, you're going to unite them against you. And who knows, whoever they support next time, because you have forced them to unite now, they will use that leverage to be selected leaders in the future. So personally, it's a very, very risky part for this article to work. If you want, from the way people describe him, is viscerally a kind of hooked into. It's like somebody that is hooked on drugs. He has to run for president all the time. And if he does that, and I feel sorry for those people that follow him, they are going to so lose. It's crazy. Why would you even do that? Because the signs show clearly, if you look at the pattern of vote in the Southeast, they support all Southerners that are running, except there's no Southerner in office.
One more minute, yeah.
So 1 minute, yeah, good. So they always consistently support Southerners. The idea that they are going to support this article, just forget that one. It's not going to happen. If P2B runs, he's already got 6 million votes. According to one man, he's also proved that the guy has got momentum. He has low negatives. If he gets a good non-runner, like someone like Erofai, somebody was mentioning someone named Tambowa or something, and Tambowa is supposed to be an Atiku man. Select him, give him this in the vice presidential, support him with all the infrastructure that you've got. Tinubu is not going to make it, because all the southern governors that have moved to Tinubu is not going to save him from what P2B is going to do in the south. So that is my take on this thing. If you have anything against it, you can tell me. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellence, of course, it's the Sunaija, the security man. So, Ola, just in the manner that Sunaija said, just a snapshot opinion of the conversation. Ola, you're up next. 3 minutes thereabout. Ola.
Yeah, sometimes when you allow your mind to just give you some stories, and you are not logical about it, and you are now looking at the environment and what is happening, it doesn't take you time to start believing in the lies that your mind tells you sometimes. You know the situation on ground is, um, in Nigeria we are emotional people. The same way you can use emotion to think your own is the best, likewise others behave the same way. So thinking that the fact that Atiku has been running since when, since as far back as the 90s, that even tried to contest against his boss, and up to now he can still put a crowd, is telling you so much about what is happening. You know, politics to some elites is not about someone with credibility. It's all about who protects my interest. So if you think that article followers, maybe in some situation that they are Muslim at the same time, if you think, and with Obi antecedent of alienating even his ethnic group from the civil service, and with the way he has positioned himself as someone that micromanages everything, that you say you have to be in your vehicle before you pay. So when you look at that and you are thinking people will just come around and prefer him ahead of Atiku, then you are just wasting your time. Then on the Tinubu that all of you want to gang against, I know sometimes, like I said, people will use emotions to think that, okay, because why some people hate Atiku is not because it's not performing. Some people know quite well that Tinubu is performing, but they decide to say, okay, I just want this thing to satisfy my emotion just because someone is from my ethnic group. I don't care whatever Tinubu is doing, I want to support. But I keep saying, let Tinubu
Two
continue
more minutes,
whatever.
last 2 more minutes.
Okay, let Tinubu continue whatever he's doing now, because it's just a matter of time. You can never hide what he's doing. When Buhari was there, who were those people that became billionaire and multi-billionaire overnight? His own kinsmen. The same people that brought Nigerians to their feet today. And yet, they are not done just because they were out of power for just 2 years. They are coming. Just imagine someone that would prefer even Amaechi, that you can't even say what he did. Like he hasn't claimed himself from that allegation that he sold some property, he sold some public property in public asset in Rivers State just to sponsor Buhari, right? So many abandoned projects that guy left there, and he's coming to the worst case scenario is that when Amaechi himself was shouting Ebi Pami, that you too, you know, what was that telling you? He was directly telling you that, oh, foolish Nigerians, I can come and get my way with you. The same way you will have Obi, that was part and parcel of Abacha government, that you were here praising and you were twerking for, that he should become the governor, the president of the country. The person that you look at his profile, because you see,
Bring it on, Mola. It's just a snapshot.
Okay.
Bring it on, yeah.
All you branded about Obi so far are lies that we cannot find a concrete evidence in Anambra State. So let Tinubu continues whatever he's doing. Whatever he's doing now will speak for him next year. I'm not shaking. We shall see. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, Simba, you're up next. So just stay within the parameters of. We just want to establish voices and positions, and then we open it up a bit more. So Simba, Remy, enigmatic. Simba, 3 minutes. Just floor is yours. Dr. Simba. All right, Remy. Then I don't think Simba is quite ready yet. Is that Simba not Jojo? Are you Jojo?
Yes, he's the one behind Jojo.
All right, Remy. Then 3 minutes monologue from you. Then enigmatic.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Just like I earlier postulated, there is nothing big deal about all of this thing. The coalition is centered around Atiku, and Atiku is going to run. And Obi already agreed to be VP in principle. But the backlash of what happened yesterday, because of what Atiku tweeted out that his presidency, a lot of people were against him and they were very bitter. And when he went to the for Sunday politics, he tried to bamboozle, neither here or there. But I just want to is a caution to people that are supporting Obi. Don't you ever think that that coalition is going to give him the presidential ticket? Not it won't happen, and it will never happen. And they are also very smart. They already line up Amaechi to be the VP, even ahead of him. So the best bet is for Obi to shop for another party if he still wants to remain relevant or play in or be a presidential candidate in 2027. Whether you throw the coins up and down, everything is just against them. And I think Tinubu will beat any one of them. Even if they are together, their chances are quite limited. And if you put Obi forward and you think the Northeast and the Northwest are going to vote for him, you're just, it's not going to happen because they are not stupid too. Nobody's going to promise 4 years. And when it's come to 4 years time, you want to go again. Jonathan was a good example to the Northern elite. They won't accept that one. So they better stick with Tinubu that guarantee them that no matter what happens in 2031, power will go back to the North. And when you want to go for an election, you look at the scenario. Today, APC have about almost 24 governors. There is no internal wranglings. They are closing their rank. They are working underground, while a lot of you guys are making your noise online. They are prepared for the election. They know what the scenario can be. They have their own plan A, B, C, or D to tackle whatever that happened, plus the incumbent power. And remember, I'm sorry to say this is Africa. This is Nigeria. So you should understand what I'm trying to say. I don't need to speak too much, but what I know is that whether it's Obi alone, or Atiku with Obi, or Obi with what do you call El-Rufai or whoever, their chances are quite limited. And I think at the end of the day, the Tinubu will return on, will still win in 2027. So that is the way I see it. I see a lot of people, I see Atiku playing a very good political game. When you want to remain relevant in politics, you don't go to people, you let them come to you. If to say you have your 6 million vote and your Labour Party is intact.
You already called the result. There's no need to do election again.
Sorry, Patrick, you don't belong in a civilized conversation. I've tried my best with you. Remy, 1 more minute.
Okay, good. So I will just say this. I often say something like this, that if Obi have managed his successes very well, today, if his Labour Party is intact and the 6 million votes he got, whether by opportunist way, everything is still remain the same. Then he have a very good bargain. But now, most of the people that voted for him in 2023, I can bet you he has lost more than 50% of them. And the Articles and the rest, they know. So I will stop here so that
mad people everywhere. You already called the result.
All right. Hold on. Patrick, I'm going to bring you on. If you disrupt this stream again, I'm not sure if you're a paid agent or if you're just not conducive to the sort of goings on that goes on in this sort of platform. You'll get your chance to speak, Patrick. But if you continue to disrupt the stream, which you do every time you come on, if you continue to do that, then I'll just ban you permanently, then that's just it. But I want to try and cultivate your voice in the conversation. But if you're a subversive element, which all the indications are, is that you are, if you are here to subvert the stream, then that would not work, because all I need is just a 2-second click of a button and ban you permanently. So don't do that. You get a chance to speak, Patrick. Don't be a nuisance. All right. Enigmatic, you're up next. But before you come on Enigmatic, I'm going to play a 56-second clip.
Tinubu is working. Be in London. Why not go back and look for
an animal? Just get out. All right. After all I said, he didn't even have the function to pause it for a moment. So Enigmatic, you're up next, but I'm going to play I'm going to play like a 1 minute clip. This clip is for two Niger. I want you to document this just because people are trying to explain to you that Atiku is playing a three-dimensional game with your space, but you are sophisticated enough to know that, but they are too subsumed by that space to understand it. But even the seniors of that space, they know what is going on. Let me play you this. I play you this to Niger, but don't respond to it. You can respond to it after we've done the rounds, but don't respond to it immediately. But this clip is for you to Niger. See what you're making of this.
And I doubt what people can do for power. This underscores why I say we should not be misled, consumed by this excitement.
Yeah.
Because, as they say in English, when the chips are down and it's time to do primaries, what kind of primaries is Atiku going to do with an Amaechi? You know how Atiku does primaries, mercilessly. I remember those dollars flying. Well, we're in the same coalition, but in Port Harcourt, I remember the dollars flying. Remember, I'm with Atiku. Atiku, I'm with you. Please, if you're hearing me, we're in the same coalition. And then, what kind of primaries are they going to do? Am I going to deceive myself, okay, that all is going to be well in this ADC? The beginning of good governance if you run good primaries.
So what are you?
So if you still think that Atiku will never let Obi near his presidential ticket, then think again. But Enigmatic, you're 3 ministers now. Enigmatic.
All right.
Enigmatic on G.
All right. Thank you. First of all, it's quite delusory, right? And the height of being so delusional. Sometimes you want to say some people need to snap out of their, phantasmagorical state of mind, but you can't help them. Nigeria's politics is not about morality, and it's not about making anyone happy. And even people who are here listening to the loudest voice, the most loquacious voice so far on your platform tonight, they are asking, is this guy actually a Nigerian or he just crawled out from a cave? Because how would you, right, intellectually believe that a man who has an ambition to be president for the past 30 years, right, and then he's 79 years old now, you want him to hand over his ticket to somebody because he wants to make somebody happy, or because he's in politics because of that person, or because his region is more important than his own region, or because his ambition it must actually surround the feelings and the yearnings of a region. So people need to wake up, and it's quite unfortunate that when you look at these individuals, one man, when you look at these individuals, or probably within that their group, the older ones among them who should know better, they seem to be the most foolish. They can't even read the tempo. They can't read the room. And I keep saying it. Are they even not aware? And this is the problem with even Obi himself, because I don't think it's a problem. He knows the bandwagon of the moronic buffoons that he has. That's why he can throw them anything and they will take it hook, line, and sinker. Are they not aware that he had already made an agreement to be VP to Atiku? Are they not aware? Because he doesn't know how to tell them. I sent you a tape yesterday, didn't I, one man? Didn't I? Within the political space, they know already that he has made an agreement to be VP. But he doesn't know how to have the audacity and the testicular fortitude to face the virulent mob that he has created to tell them this is the position I've taken. And when nobody is going to advise any one of them to manage their emotion or to manage their expectation, because it's going to come. And by the time it hits them, it's going to be brutal. Politics is not about being loud.
Sorry, Enigmatic, you still have the floor. But what you're saying Obi has to contend with is this.
So let me go back to the Mr. Peter Obi conversation where everyone is sort of like, oh, you know, where these people are like, he should run as vice. Me, and I'm giving you people my word now. Not us, I no talker. If Peter Obi is running with anyone, as the vice president of that, as the running mate to that person, me, Aisha Yusufu, in my I'm not saying that I have any influence, so I'm not saying that I'm one big anything. In my little capacity, I will work against that ticket. If that's the only thing, even if I don't support any of that.
So that's the insurmountable mountain that he wants to try and surmount.
But for you to be yearning to be Nigeria's president, it behooves you as a thoroughbred leader, right? To let your people understand what is at stake. Why not just be frontal enough to tell them, hey, this is the deal. Has Atiku been in any primaries and he never won? Even Wike, that is crazy as Wike was. Look at what Tambuwal did to him at the last minute. And you are seeing the same Tambuwal, you are seeing the same Lamido, you are seeing the same David Mark, you are seeing the same folks who usually run primaries for Atiku in this mix. And you guys are still expecting Obi to do what? Why are you pushing the man to ask for more than he can chew? Has Obi even made any demand? Obi has never made any demand. He had to make a damage control to come tonight to say he was going to run. Did he say he was going to run on a certain platform under PDP or under ADC? Does the Nigeria the Electoral Act support that? First of all, and second, he's going to run on the primaries. He's still running. If he says he's still going to be running on the primaries, if he runs with Atiku, and people can, of course, people who can think know the result already. But when some people speak on certain platform like this, right? And I think I've said it earlier, one man, I think the day that the coalition came up, I explicitly and unequivocally stated this, that the so-called coalition was a doomed, disastrous charade. It is destined to collapse under the weight of its own deceit, because you see most of them playing different corners. Amaechi, I want to do 4 years. Obi, give me 2 years. Atiku, give me 4 years. You know, and as usual, it hasn't really taken long. You could see go check yesterday, the entire yesterday. Atiku's PA, is it what's his name again? I forgot. He had to come out.
Has he not done more than 3 minutes?
Yes, right. Two more minutes, Enigmatic. Enigmatic is one of the favorite voices on the platform, so people love to hear from. I know it. His voice is
well more than 3 minutes. That's not fair.
His voice is
One man. Let me.
But through Nigeria, you have been talking for a long time.
But we are having 3-minute session. He's going on for 5 minutes already.
Hold on, Tumaja, remind us what Wike's favorite song is.
Let me leave it here.
They pain them.
Yeah.
As in the sweet as in they pain them, is that it? So, but he's been going on for 5 minutes, man. What is the point? It's just
as they pay you this video this now.
it's just going on and on and on and on.
All right, bring it up, Enigmatic.
Okay, let me just.
I want to get to Pascal, who's joining us for the first time.
Let me just say this, right? So ironical, and this is the typical Nigeria that you just seen. They want to go to heaven, but they don't want to die. This guy, everybody in the house, they've been listening to his voice without his speaker. I don't know what speaker he uses. They've been listening to his voice. He's been yelling at Madam Zita. He's been yelling at everybody. He's been cutting everybody, interrupting. Less than 3 minutes, he's already having, he's already having anxiety over here. But I'm going to complete this. If you want to hit your head on the wall, go ahead and do it. I still have my minutes, 1 minute. So, unlike those who traffic in this in delusion and false optimism, right? I will never sugarcoat it, and there's no need to sugarcoat the truth. Very hard truth, very bitter one. And I will say it in clear, pellucid terms, right? Obi walked it with his eyes open into a stage-managed circus of coalition, which is designed for only one man's ambition, only to coronate Atiku, right? So what did Obi do? Like a deer in in headlights. You know, when you are traveling at night and you see a deer, you know, it's like they're always blind at night. They always almost get to you before they see. So he lacked this spine. He lacked the assertiveness and the firmness to make demand. To make demand. He doesn't know how to draw the red lines of negotiation or define his negotiating tough. You are going into a negotiating tough with Atiku. You are not
See,
clear.
you know the problem with Obi is that he cannot handle big personalities. He can only really deal with bread and butter sort of people, pedestrian, everyday
But
on the
you can't do that with Atiku.
so
So
he cannot deal with big personalities or
he,
intellectuals.
he, he walked into that coalition with a big expectation sold, right? Sold to his delusional headless mobs, believing that he's coming back home with a ticket with Atiku in the mix. That is not coalition building, one man. That is capitulation. That is deceit. Because he's carrying the weight of the obedient and he's carrying the weight, take it or leave it, forget about the pseudonyms. He's carrying the weight of an entire region who want him as president, as their Igbo president. That's a fact. Now he's selling dummy to them. Now, go to Tunde Ednut. Tunde Ednut was tweeting the entire yesterday.
They are fighting today not at the moment. I don't know why.
Yes, go and check Aisha Yusufu as well. Check all of them online. They are outraged. They throwing tantrums all over the place. Obi or nothing. Obi or nothing. It means they know something is happening already. So the obedience that I will say that they are obedient, right? Who do not want to think that politicians are politicians, they will make deal at the appropriate time. Obi has made his own deal, right? They are turning on themselves now in confusion. There's betrayal and there's rage out there now. So the epiphany more or less has arrived to people, a few of them who can reason and who can see beyond, you know, the delusory and delusional.
Man, when is this going to end? This doesn't seem right at all now. What is 2 more minutes? He's been having 2 more minutes for the last 10 minutes.
What is your problem? What is your problem tonight? Are you the
shut up, man. Who is talking to you?
Are you the
moderator? Stop referring to me. I'm talking to one man and you keep referring to me.
Okay, but I'm talking.
I don't have time to refer to you.
I'm talking.
You could do better.
No, but you are just trolling us now. You just keep giving this guy more and more time.
Must you demonstrate
Come on.
the level of your popularity every time?
Stop.
Hold on. Everybody hold on.
Every time.
Enigmatic, including you.
Less than 5 minutes.
Enigmatic.
What is the meaning of this?
I said everybody hold on. Including you tonight. I think the audience they like an enigmatic, and I think you do sometimes as well tonight. Except of course when it rankles you. But
not at all. It doesn't mean that we don't follow rules.
No. Yes.
You'll be the most loquacious on the platform tonight. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but we are doing 3 minutes round now. But you don't want to stop. You want to go on for 10 minutes.
You need to respect your audience and keep quiet for a while. You've been insulting Madam Disa here.
Don't get locked into that space. Go back to your thing. Tonight, as you well know, the host sometimes exercises editorial fear. So
10 minutes.
2 more minutes, enigmatic, and then we start. I was actually going to go to Pascal, but it dropped. So Pascal, if you want to come back, I'll come to you just to document your voice. But enigmatic, back to you. We were delighting in you, but then of course, as they tweet us now, some people they tweet them so much. Enigmatic, back to you.
Yeah, one man. We understand this is an intellectual platform, and I will reiterate it again. When some of us come to this platform to speak, we are not speaking because your feelings are being hurt. If you cannot face the consequences of such a platform, if you cannot face the brunt of your silliness, that is not my problem. You insulted Madam Zita. Women in this house say, who is this guy? But you've been yelling. 3 times you've interjected and interrupted me. What is your problem? It's not your platform.
All right, enigmatic, go back to your flow.
So one man, the thing is that when Tinubu came out the other time, he made demands. He faced Buhari. He faced the cabal, this Malami, all of them now that worked against him, that sabotaged him, right? The Oyeguns that sabotaged him, that threw Oshomole out of the system. He said, it is my turn. It means, and he was telling everybody that cared to listen then, let us go to the field for the primaries. No consensus candidate, because if he opened the door for consensus candidate, then he would have given the room and the key to the Malamis of this world to easily slot in their consensus candidate, and Tinubu will be shut out of the system. Obi did not make any of that demand. Obi is tiptoeing. He's speaking from one side of his mouth to the other. He's not saying, look, I am walking to this coalition. Either you give me this guy, you guys give me this presumptive ticket, or no deal. Either I become the presumptive candidate or no deal. It is the obedience that are outside, that are not within the room, knowing what they are signing, knowing the agreement they are making, that are saying Obi should come back with the ticket. Did Obi demand for the ticket? If he did not demand for something, how do you get it? If Obi had demanded for the ticket, why would Amaechi come to the TV and be saying he wants 4 years? Atiku said his presidency yesterday, and you guys are still speaking for the same guy who cannot speak for himself. So Obi has taken all of them now, right? He has taken all of them, the obedient, the serfs, the kulak. He has taken all of them into a political cul-de-sac. And
all right, bring it to my enigmatic.
Yeah,
Two more minutes.
They've cleverly rebranded it as coalition. And instructively, let us warn them, one man. When eventually, inevitably, that this thing falls on its face as we have expected and predicted, and it's already doing now, they shouldn't come back and say it is APC that is infiltrating them, or Tinubu is the one facing it, because Obi will come back and say it is Tinubu that caused it. Obi will come back and say it is APC that caused it. He will say it is Abure. And now you cannot, don't forget, this David Mark, Aragbeshola are not the ones that you can push around. They are going to give you what. So demand for the guy. Go back. What did you demand for? Did you demand to be president or VP, or you are just tiptoeing all about? So you guys should use your brain, not coming here and be laughing and be They are telling you Atiku is in the mix. You are saying Atiku should subsume his career ambition for Obi. Who is Obi? Is Atiku in politics because of Obi? Now no get brain. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegance, of course, that is enigmatic indeed. So thank you, enigmatic. So we go on next from enigmatic. And by the way, Tunaja, hold your thoughts on that clip that I played for you. You'll comment on a moment. But we have the heart throb of all the pretty girls with us now, which is of course Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next. But on our way to Ekene, can we invite please the people not yet subscribed to help the enterprise? The subscription, of course, pushes us up to a wider audience. So if you're not already subscribed, please do. We need a minimum of 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. And I know with the viewing we're getting at the moment, that's easily achieved, maybe even so fast. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe, and especially so as we get to hear from the elegance that is Ekene, the ladies man, Ekene, Alpha, Abody.
Oh my, which one be ladies man?
Yeah, don't be. What do you mean? All right. What do you mean? Which one be ladies man? You want make I expose you? Make I expose you. Don't talk am again. No. Say which one be ladies man. Make I expose you.
First waiting one man.
Make I expose you. Who be this? Where the romance fine girls? Are you not a ladies man? Look at that. Carry on again. 3 minutes monologue, 5 minutes. Go on. Second.
Alpha man.
We just talk Nigeria matter. So we were wrapping the conversations around. There was a survey done that people are actually going to look to. They are going to look to competence and capacity rather than religion and ethnicity in the next election. This was a survey done by the Tribune, and they traversed the entirety of the country to condense that data. So we're asking how plausible that is, because Nigerian politics, of course, often wraps around ethnicity and religion. So we're looking at that. We're looking at the coalition, of course, and we're somewhat trying to conclude that if what's it called, Peter Obi does decide to join that coalition, then that marks essentially the end of his presidential ambition, because the coalition wraps around an article narrative. So we're looking at that. We're looking at those anyway, and anything else that interests you. Tinubu's trip to Brazil that yet lands another round of possibilities for Nigerians. Wike going after the coalition and exposing the underbelly of the corruption going on within the Nigerian space. So all of that or more. Just give us about three minutes thereabouts, and then we'll continue.
Okay, well, man, honestly speaking, I've not been able wanting to talk about this coalition, but it's becoming a serious matter. But I will say my mind, what I feel about it. I know that the way the situation of Nigeria is, everyone wants Tinubu out, but it will be very difficult if the coalition did not do the right thing. Atiku honestly should not be in the picture. The reason why is that the South will not support him. Honestly speaking, he's gonna lose many supporters, voters from the South, even some Northerners, because if Obi should be the 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 presidential candidate, it might favor Erufai and some other politicians. So, because that will help Erufai to fight for the presidency in the 2031, something like that. So, there is a mix reaction that Tiku needs to get it now because he's already old. But that will not make the coalition to be successful if Atiku tries to get it. Yeah. But I wouldn't want to say anything about it. Obi cannot contest in any other platform, maybe to say, let me go just the way he did in 2022, so 2023. That will not work for him this time around because it will be a very difficult task for him. But if they should come together, do the right thing, Obi Amaechi proposing for 4 term and zone it to the south, maybe the primary will be between Amaechi and Obi.
What do you think the chances of that are that the Atiku coalition will zone their tickets to the south?
The chances are maybe if the Northerners, because I saw one news that the Northern elders are divided concerning that decision, that Atiku should be
Do you not realize that the coalition is wrapped around Atiku? Is the one spearheading it?
He is not the only person spearheading it.
But is the main guy driving that coalition?
He is the main guy, but a lot of people are falling into it. But you know, that coalition has automatically killed PDP, and that's why you see Wike ranting up and down, because that coalition has already killed his ambition in PDP. Maybe what he should do is to move to APC to save his political ambition, because talking about
But
PDP.
Ekene, the question we should want to ask is that did you watch that meeting, that coalition, this thing?
Yeah.
Can you point to one person on that high table that you think is for Obi and not for Atiku? That's this
I
person is
think
for Obi. Apart from Dati.
Erufai for Obi, you must be a joker.
So that's the only person. Let's even
No, the reason why I think so is that
let's put
Erufai is a very smart guy.
Can you think of another person?
I think of
Erufai. But can you think of another person?
Erufai wants power to go back to the
north. Leave that one. I want him to take his decision. Erufai, let's say so. But can you think of another person?
Well, I cannot think of another person. I think other guys are Atiku.
Yes, that's why we are saying strongly.
It's an Atiku coalition.
Apart from
and
that,
I think Obi understands that.
Aregbesola is an Atiku guy. David Mark is an Atiku guy.
Obi understand that.
Guy.
He knows.
Obi understand that, but I think.
So let's see how he's going to play his card.
Let
Let's
me just say one thing. Can you carry on? You know, Obi might not end up on a ballot in 2027 because I think it's about to make a wrong decision. They are giving him assurances and reassurances to come and join the coalition. The moment he joins that coalition, that ends his political journey. The coalition is going to present a ticket of Atiku, Rotimi Amaechi. Obi will not even be vice, but we'll see how it plays out. But carry on.
I will not even advise him to be vice if Atiku tries to hijack the coalition. Even though I know that is his plan, but I will not even advise him to be vice because even in 2030, anytime it is or whatever it is, I will not advise him to be.
Apologies again. As soon as I check the private chat, carry on.
So Obi being the vice, it doesn't want it. Honestly speaking, maybe Atiku should go for Amaechi. But if Obi have the confidence that we don't know what will happen, they say it will be an open primary or whatever. So, but if he has the confidence, I would advise him to go for the primary. Go to it head on, fight for it, do what he's supposed to do to get the ticket. Who knows? Who knows?
Ekene, a quick question, sorry. Can you tell us one moment or one particular situation where Obi have went for primaries before? Any maybe gubernatorial election?
No, I know Obi has not gone to the primary. After all, he just contested first time.
Yeah,
he contested first time in 20. If contested first time in 2022.
From your knowing of this man, Obi, what kind of personality do you think he is politically? Do you think it's okay? You can answer the question.
See, the situation on ground is not speaking about personality, and I don't have the time or chance or the energy to talk about personality now. I'm just talking. We're just talking about the coalition and what is going on. If it is personality, we discuss it to be another topic. You understand? Also, we are talking about 2027.
I'm talking about his personality.
The coalition and how it's going to be handled. So, but politically, I don't think Obi has gone to any primary in his time, but he has faced free and fair election mostly, especially as a governor. So, but primaries, the first time I see him talk about primaries election is 2022, which he did not contest with the other political big parties. So, but I don't think that strategy will work for him this time around. He really needs the support of the North to even say he wants to contest. So, and I believe if he's not getting it, he should just relax and allow Atiku and the other guys do whatever they want to do. But people like me, I will not be so enthusiastic to go fight for Atiku to become the president of this country. Honestly speaking, it will not move a lot of Nigerians. Maybe if they have money to fight Tinubu, they can go and do that. But to just go and fight freely, just the way we did in 2023, or how we're going to fight for B, I don't have that kind of energy to fight for Atiku. So if Atiku says he wants to get it by all means, then let him fight with his northern brothers. But he should be knowledgeable enough to know that even the Southerners will not give him Atiku that support. No, I don't think no Southerners will do that. Many Southern politicians, I don't think. So I know it's very, very, very important that Tinubu goes. But politics, the way we play politics in Nigeria, it's very obvious that many Southerners will not support Atiku. It's better they go for that me submitting for 4 times presidency. Then let it go back to the North very respectfully. Then maybe even if it goes back to the North, 4 years, I think he might still have chance to contest. I don't know all this him wanting to be president of Nigeria all the time. If they want destabilizing political unity, if you check his record, Atiku, he has been the person destabilizing the political unity of this country for a very long time. Since when I know him, even in 2020, 2015 and all that, Atiku would have governed this country for a very long time and gone if he had supported Goodluck Jonathan. So, and that selfishness is too much. I don't really know what he has to offer Nigeria like that always wants him to be the president all the time. But that's by the way, one man. I will just be watching, but I just believe that Obi is smart enough or has learned a lot of politics this time around before going into this. I just believe, and I trust, and I think he's wise enough this time around before going into this alignment. But I will not support him to be any vice. Even if the ticket didn't get to him, I will just advise him to relax and leave them do their things. That's how I see it.
You know that if he doesn't if he doesn't accept that vice presidential, that's the end of his political career, because there's no window in 2020
it's better he ends that way than pick a northerner and support in 2031. That will give him more.
But all of this campaign that he has been campaigning for 4 years will be wasted.
He ends that way, pick a northerner and support that northerner in 2031 or whenever there is the turn of the northerners in the middle of this country.
Why can't he just go back to his Labour Party?
He's been talking for 10 minutes.
Make all the necessary amendments. Make all the necessary amendments. He can still galvanize his voters and be the presidential candidate of that party and go and slug it out in the field instead of the mistake he did.
Oh, he can do that. He can do that. He can do that, especially now he has his obedience and all.
The mistake he did was that going to Atiku after that election, he shouldn't have done something like that. You have all the aces in your hand. 6 million votes, they are very loyal to you, organic voters, everything for you. Build on the successes, you filter them away. Now you are the one paying.
All right. Let me be last hand over to Tunaja.
I've not even had an opportunity to react to anything.
Yeah, you can react to it. I'll still be listening in the background, but I need to get a few hours of
hand over to Olao.
Oh, look at this one. Yeah, you crying already?
No. Tunaja and I have agreed that he will allow opinions that differ from his. And he will let them
I do allow it actually.
Well, no, it's like a lecture session, isn't it? Sometimes.
No, I just like people to tell the truth, not to be disingenuous.
Who determines the truth, though? That's the thing. That's
evidence. Evidence is not determines it.
That's a subjective reality. But the only super data enforcer, that's completely unacceptable. We will not tolerate that around here. But thank you, enforcer. So Tunaja takes over, and the conversation are of course always robust still. Omoruyi has been in and out; he's not spoken yet. Oroyo still has not yet had the floor. But people still delighting in Ekene, as of course they delight in your company as well. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to Tunaja, who promises to let people say a word.
Of course, they will have their say. We're not going to go for too long after this period, but I will just have my say regarding what has been said so far. See, from what I can see and just read just now about the coalition, even Amaechi is for zoning. And Amaechi is one of the leading candidates in the party when you look at maybe top 10. And Atiku may have his wishes, and there might be a lot of northerners that don't care whether they are zoning it. But if you have two southeasterners, major ones that are saying it needs to be zoned to the southeast, which was supposed to be done the last time in PDP, and they go against it, I think that prediction people made that ADC is going to collapse before it even gets started is going to happen, and Tinubu will be re-elected as a consequence. But it's very tricky for us. I don't think we should also have a bit of humility to realize that election cycles can come with surprises. Nobody saw P2B coming the last time. Nobody saw P2B getting 6 million votes, and yet he did. So we have to be careful when we are predicting stuff 2 years in advance. A totally new candidate from nowhere can just show up. But based on what is happening now, if that ADC does not decide to zone into the southeast, they are going to have a big problem on their hand in that party to even start off with. They're going to have a big problem.
A quick question to you. In Nigerian politics, do you agree that money plays a big role?
Yes.
What do you think the Buhari boys, Malami, Amaechi, and the rest that have cornered billions of naira, do you think they will agree, even they are going to lose that presidential ticket to Atiku? Don't you think they will vie for the VP?
Amaechi has already said clearly that he wants it to be zoned to the south. That the reason why he fought for Buhari.
The second question I want to quickly put to you is this: do you think, even at all, which the possibility is nearly zero, that they zone it to the south, the ADC get a southern presidential candidate, whether Amaechi or Obi? What do you think the Northwest and Northeast will do? Do you think they will vote for him?
The Northwest and the Northeast.
Considering that there is no guarantee that that person will spend 4 years and then give it back to the North. Come on, this is
the guarantee comes. See, sorry.
They submit proposals. They submit proposals to that.
There is no guarantee, my friend. If you are the president, after 4 years, you can go for another election.
Let me explain. If El-Rufai believes you, the guarantee is solid. That's what I would say, because those people, they have their own way of doing things and making sure that people, what they say, they live by it. That said, in terms of the alignment, from what I can see, if Amaechi himself said he fought for Buhari to become president because he felt Jonathan betrayed his promise to do only 4 years. You see what I mean? And that is the person now that's coming to office saying he too, he believes in rotation, that he too will do 4 years. That's the reason he gave for saying he's going to do 4 years. So if you see that kind of dynamics already now, two major candidates from the south is saying this stuff needs to be zoned to the southeast, and the northerners say they're going to get it anyway, you're going to see that the party is going to be looking to break apart. I don't think Amaechi is going to go for even vice president. That's my thinking. Because the way he's reasoning right now is that he should go to the southeast. So why would he support a northerner becoming a vice? Then he goes and becomes a vice president for that northerner. I don't think Amaechi is going to do that. And if he's going to the southeast, for me, from where I sit, I cannot envision Atiku supporting this in Amaechi over this in Obi. So as it stands, if you look at the dynamics in the party,
you don't know Nigerian politics at all. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
It's very funny. It's very funny. You don't know these people. You have to look at the movement. They are now into like 2 or 3 camps. Atiku with his old clique. We are talking about David Mark and the rest. Amaechi come with the Buhari boys. It's so easy. And who does Obi belongs to? Where is his own boys? No. Even Dati Ahmed, that was his VP, already skeptical about it. He knows it's a booby trap, or what do you call it? To be frank with you,
you can argue that Obi is part of PDP boys. You can argue that he was just part of PDP in the last cycle. He
lost out when he went on his own to join the Labour Party, because some of them have not forgiven him.
He lost out and went and got 6 million votes, and why
can't he just manage that 6 million votes today, for God's sake?
Remy, how can you say he should manage it? He knows that 6 million votes is not enough for him to run for.
It's not enough now to win the presidency.
I agree.
No, hold on. Why do you keep repeating and asking that question? You know that if it goes to that 60 million votes, the same thing happened in 2023 will still happen. So to try to make a coalition is the only way.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Okay. That's the only way. It's in the coalition.
So let him go and slug it out. Okay. Let him lose at the coalition level, and he knows that I've lost at coalition level. I've cut my loss. I've lost my wound, just like Ekene said. So other than let him now go in and throw his battle there, and I'll be contesting, I'll be going to court and everything. No, let him slug it out. He can't go out and be fighting, and he knows that it will not get him anywhere. It doesn't make sense. But he's not a fool now.
So, but I think if you are going for a fight, you must see your chances. You must see whether
you must go in. That's the only option. That's the only.
That
I
applies
don't
to
believe like
Atiku
that.
too.
I don't
Atiku has to
believe.
see his chances.
Remy, the cheapest option for Obi is coalition. The other option you are proposing is for him to go and run. We have seen that he has tried that. It did not work. So it's
But
a fool that
you guys are talking about.
Hold on. It's a fool that will repeat the same thing twice and expect a different result.
But at the same time, this is even worse because they are not going to pick him as the
try it. He has not tried this before. He has tried the other one.
You know the truth. You are just trying to be here and there.
No, there's no truth there. You are the one who knows the truth. He has tried that one before. It didn't work. He said you should go and do it again. He has tried that one before. Let him try this one too now. If it didn't work, fine.
And if you look at the way the entire thing is going, it does make sense because if you want to win, I can't even believe that we are sitting here and that I can sit here and think that Tinubu can actually be unseated by this opposition group and they are kidding around. It just shows you how serious how unserious our politicians are. They actually have the power to unseat him, but they can't even figure out how to organize.
When you say they have the power to, I just laugh because sometimes I just wonder how you just think it's so easy like that. Just come together and just remove.
No, they have the power.
I'm saying
but let them organize themselves.
They are the problem, not Tinubu.
Yes,
is the
now
problem.
they are the problem.
You can say maybe or maybe they have a
no, Remy, hold on. That's the truth.
They
are able to organize themselves. If they're able to organize themselves, they should be able to mobilize enough vote to unseat him. Let's be objective.
Padosky, whoever advice will be to join this coalition will not make heaven.
That's the only way. Now, which other option does he have?
There's no option. He has option. He could as well remain in Labour Party
and still lose.
No. Wait a minute. And reinforce. Look, this coalition. Hold on. This coalition. Perhaps maybe he has been promised as a vice president. There's no way this coalition will give him the ticket. But I foresee him being promised a vice president position that he can leverage.
Let me ask you this before you carry on. How many voters, how many candidate politicians has ever won 6 million votes and accept being a vice president in the history that you know of?
Listen. The caliber of people, see,
how rude you are being
listen, let's be practical.
Rude to him.
Let's be practical. Let us be practical. In the few primary principal officer that was selected or was handpicked on that same day that they came forward, do you see any of Obi's person being appointed?
At Sogbo, we already know that.
So that's to show you that this coalition.
Tell me which other option does he have?
He can as well remain in. Look, his followers will never leave him.
He will still lose. But in this one, he can.
If they split the vote, they will lose. And you know that
this time around,
and they
people
know
would not, if he accept that vice president candidacy, they will use it against him.
We are being governed by a government that won 36% of the vote as if they won 100% of the vote.
They will use it against him, and some people will even turn against him for accepting that position. It's a lose-lose for him, but as well hold his own head high in Labour Party, other than jumping ship and going to a coalition that does not want him, but just to use him and dump him.
You care about P2B. You don't care about P2B. You just care about Tinubu.
You're right. I do not care about him, but it's unfortunate that he's going to fall in the hands of his follower for the second time. To be honest with you guys are looking at it from the number angle. I'm looking at it from the fact that he's going to be used. And this time around, some people will not even support.
How is he going to be used?
Him accepting the second position.
No, he's not going to accept that. I'm just told he's not going to accept. There's not been any candidate that will accept.
So it's going to be a lose-lose for him because he can't go back to Labour Party.
See, I've just told you that Amaechi in the same party that is from the APC side is already saying that it has to be zoned to the south in the party. And if he's saying that, and he's saying that from the but he's the leader of the other group now. He's the leader of the APC gang.
Can you repeat what you just said? Can you repeat it?
Amaechi doesn't have any.
Do you know that it is even this Amaechi that mooted that idea of that coalition from day one?
Imagine.
Like
That's the person
that
you are saying
giving
doesn't
vote.
have
The
There is
bottom line is that even though he's canvassing for Southern
you
president,
see,
he's
yeah,
not canvassing for Obi. He wants
Yeah,
to
for
be the president
himself.
as
Yeah,
well.
that's what I'm saying. He's campaigning for
Now,
himself,
now,
but
now
the other
here,
members will choose Obi instead of him because they
here's
know
what
Obi
is
has
going to
won the
happen.
vote.
Listen, here's what's going to happen. Amishi would not get both presidency and vice president ticket. Okay, he will be hedged out. Atiku will pick Obi for the second time contesting again, and that is the game plan. That is the reason why they will lure him. Did you listen to Baba
It
Ahmed that
will not
other?
work
Listen,
if you look at what is
there's
going to
no
happen,
other option.
the
He doesn't
rotational
have.
system will be broken. If another president gets into office now, how are you going
Listen,
to? What's
listen,
Obi's chance anymore?
listen. Do you foresee Atiku supporting this coalition simply because they want to support Obi? Do you ever in your political mindset think that that's going to possible? And I ask those
But
people that are being selected, those people were.
Adewale, calm down. Let's try to hear this. You asked a question. Do I foresee Atiku giving way for any other person? Maybe you are right. Everybody says that all the time. That anybody that thinks Atiku is going to give way, they are crazy. But if you look at what is happening now, I don't know. Me, I've not been following Nigerian politics for a very long time. But I'm going to ask
You
this:
should.
How many?
You
Let me
should.
ask this. Let me ask this: How many times have political candidates come out and say they are going to run for only one term?
Did you listen to the
How many times during the political cycles has one candidate
but
said,
that is a lie. That's what we are telling you. It will never happen.
There will be primary
no, but
in this coalition.
if it's never happened before, there
Listen,
are things that are happening now that has never happened
there
before.
will be primary in this coalition. There won't be
Who
selection.
said
There
we
will
are going
be
to run for one
primary.
term before? Who said they were going to run for one term?
It has happened before, even in 1999.
Jonathan said it.
They
Most
promised
of them in
Obasanjo,
1999
Yeah,
said
even
it.
Jonathan did
Obasanjo
say he was
promised
going to run for one time. So to be fair, yeah, that's true.
Obasanjo, Jonathan, they promised they never fulfilled the promise. Obasanjo,
I
what did he
don't see
promise?
Atiku. I
Obasanjo
don't
was
see
supposed to
Atiku
do one
forgoing
term.
his ambition.
After
I don't see
Obasanjo was supposed
Namechi
to go
forgoing
to
ambition.
Babangida in 2003, but he never fulfilled that promise.
Because if he does, if they
Obasanjo
give
was
Obi,
campaigning and promised it. I don't think he did. I never heard
No,
about
Obasanjo just came out of prison. The condition given to Obasanjo was to serve 2 terms. I mean, 1 term. After which Babangida will come in.
Was that
But he never
public?
came.
Was that public? Did the
That was the
Obasanjo speak
arrangement
for
they had.
himself? See,
That was the arrangement they had.
private arrangement doesn't count. I'm talking about the ones that come out publicly.
Which one were
Say,
you
this is what
involved
they're
in?
going to
Is
do.
it not among the politicians? Which one
No.
have they?
Actually, I'm talking
Atiku
about the
said
ones
it.
that.
Atiku
Sorry,
said
Are
I'm
they
just
it
going to
talking
when he
about
involve
the
you?
ones.
wanted to
I'm
constitute.
saying the ones that they are going to.
Atiku
I
said
know
it
what you
when
are
he was.
saying. I'm talking about the ones they announce publicly, where they come out openly and say, "I'm just going to run for one term."
The one
Have
they
they done
announced to
it
you
before?
publicly is not what they're going to do.
Tonanja, you've been speaking since ages. When someone else wants to
I'm
speak now,
asking a question.
you will start complaining,
I'm
So
asking a
that let them
Consign
question.
speak
yourself.
too. Let Oroyo have not spoken now.
Stop,
Yourself.
Jare. You should allow me to moderate. If somebody doesn't ask questions,
If
you
you
just
are
want to be
But
talking.
you've
moderating,
been
And
then you
talking
will
too
not be
much. Now that's
speaking.
why they don't want you
If you are
to.
I'm
moderating,
asking
then you will not be the
questions.
one speaking.
Okay.
If you are
Now
moderating,
let
you
me
will not
ask
be
the
the one
question again,
speaking.
so that we can be clear about it. So we know whether any new thing is happening. This is quite valuable. Has candidates come out openly to announce that this my candidacy is based on me being in office for one term? I'm
Yes,
asking
Jonathan
this.
said it.
Jonathan said it now.
Okay, Jonathan
Jonathan,
is the
I'll
only
quote
one that has said
Jonathan.
it.
Let
Okay,
me
good.
quote it for you. He said, if I am given 4 years to do something and I cannot do it in 4 years, what I want to do, even if you
Put
give
me
me
out.
100 years, I will not do it. That's what
Yeah, but that
Jonathan
is not
said.
the same thing as.
Hold
But that's
on,
not
pull
fair
it
now.
out.
Okay, go ahead.
It's English language.
But that's not the same thing as saying that he's going to run for one time. It's not the same thing as saying
Is it not part of
my
the
only
reason why
term
he
is
lost his president?
4 years I'm going
Understand
to
in
run for.
trouble, Bikono. Is it how we are going to be arguing?
But this one is
Somebody said
different now. This one
they
is
told
different. Don't you see the
somebody,
difference?
listen carefully to Niger. You are the moderator. Can you listen to us?
I just listen to what you are
They
saying.
told
You're not a
him.
dictator. You are a panelist.
They told him that he has to do 4 more years after the 2 years. They told him sign. He signed. They all agreed. Then he came out and made a public sentence that it's not negotiable. That is if he can, what 4 years to him is a lot of years. So whatever he needed to do, he can do it in 4 years. But if he can't do it in 4 years, it means, look at the English language. That means I have to get out, because even if you give me 100 years, I will not do it. So why are you saying, you want him to say the sentence exactly the way you want it to be said?
Yes, now, because it's different now. Jesus Christ, how is this hard for us to understand? I'm saying, I asked a simple question. If no politician has said it, it shows that this is a new thing that is happening now.
Let's move on from that angle. Let's move on. Whether I say 4 years, but everybody knows the truth. You cannot tell the whole Nigeria
politician
that you are going to spend 4 years, and after 4 years you are not going to go for second term. Is that who are you talking about? Are we dumb?
You see, you all believe what you want to believe, but the events are still different. You have to learn to read the ruins.
This is
if
not
it's
about
different,
this.
you have to call it out for what it is.
That's
this
what
is
you
not
want.
about. This is about people. This is about humanity.
Now, what do you want?
No. What do I want? I don't know what I want.
You want Jonathan? You want Atiku to say 4 years? That's what you want.
Oh no! I want Atiku to give way for P2B to be the presidential candidate.
Tunaja, do you even know who Atiku is politically? Do you have idea?
I know enough to know that he's a very selfish individual. I know
so
enough.
Why you not? What makes you think now the last chance he has, he will give it up for Peter Obi?
Because he knows he's not going to win, and he also Amaechi that is there too wants it to be zoned to the
Did
south.
you just say he knows he's not going to win?
No, to be fair, even if he knows he's not going to win, he doesn't care. That I take your point on that, but
you don't know. You don't even understand politics. You don't know politics.
I'm saying that Amaechi that is part of the coalition is also saying he needs to be zoned to the south. That zoning part is where the decision is going to be made. Who is going to win? If they refuse to zone it to the south, you know it's Atiku that is going to win. But if
politicians are incredible optimists. They never tell you they will not win. How would they tell you he's not going to win?
No, I agree with you. But let me ask this question again. Let's narrow it down to the zoning decision that ADC is going to make. If they decide to zone it or keep it open, we are all in agreement that Atiku is going to win because of money politics. If they say they are going to zone it to the north, we all know Atiku is going to win. But if they say they are going to zone it to the south, is anybody in doubt that Obi is going to win?
Amaechi will even defeat Obi. You don't know this.
Okay, that's where the discussion is then.
Amaechi will defeat Obi in that primary.
100 times. Oh, I mean, you don't even know. See, can I have
Amaechi hasn't won 6 million votes before. There's a big difference.
In the primaries, you are not getting.
I know.
Primaries is different from general.
Primaries it's not a popularity contest.
You cannot categorize Amaechi like that because Amaechi has not contested outside of the presidential primaries. P2B has, and he never ran for primary to contest for president.
People don't know.
Amaechi has run for primaries, and he garnered a lot of votes.
He came
sitting vice president.
You know, the funniest thing is that
people know Amaechi as much as they know P2B.
The funniest thing is that party ADC is going to run into a legal issue that to the point that those who rushed in there, they will rush back out because they will have their head covered in cobwebs. That party is heading into. I mean, some of the people are already taking them into court now. We will see how that pans out next year. There are a lot of things. There's no way they suspended their constitution. One, INEC did not witness the selection of their leader. Two, there was nothing like primary or executive or whatever they call it. So, I understand the outgoing chairman decided to dash the interim chairman and gave him card on the same day. No deliberation, not the what do you call them, board of trustees or whatever deliberated. So there are a lot of people. Kashiku's already heading to court. I think there's another person that is going to go to court as well, and then they will be running into a legal quagmire. And look, I'm not saying the APC will not have hand in it, and that's why I say whoever advice will be to join that coalition didn't do him any good. So we will see, because I mean between now and 2027 there will be skirmish, there will be propaganda, there will be a lot of things being thrown at each other. I can rest assured.
Thank you for that. But somebody make a point about Amaechi winning, and I think if Amaechi wins, there's still the potential that, depending on who is running it, that they could still win the election, because it depends on what.
Amaechi.
Yeah, if Obi doesn't go and run again,
Don't even mention Amaechi.
if Amaechi is chosen in the party and Obi doesn't run again, because Amaechi is technically from a slightly different generation.
Amaechi as a running mate or presidential candidate.
Presidential candidate.
It's not possible.
In ADC. If it is zoned,
it's never going to be possible. Atiku is not coming to support anybody. That is one fact I want you guys. Have you guys not listened to the interview from other people? Those who are in the PDP together, the reason why these people left their own party.
We know that. I think.
Yeah. Consider that. Just suppose that. There's no way.
Let me let you know something. Where the decision is going to be made is the zoning decision. I think that decision.
So what would be the benefit of Atiku in all these things? What would be this benefit?
That's what I'm saying now. Because in PDP they wanted to do it, and it was Wike helped it break everything open. But if this time they say they want to zone it and they leave it open, Atiku is going to win, obviously, and then you will see the other members leave the party.
But they are heading to primary, or they should not do primary.
Amaechi is not going to support Atiku if they make it open. Amaechi has made it somehow clear, because
what difference does that make? What difference does that make?
If you look at that coalition, Atiku has more people.
Listen to what I'm saying. If Amaechi doesn't stay, there's no reason why P2B is going to stay. And if P2B doesn't stay, he's going to take a lot of votes away again from Atiku. That is really bad.
It's still going to be lose for both of them.
So, Naija, you know the law. You know that you have to be in a party after a certain amount. You can't run for presidency if you have not already been a part of the party.
And this is why I say the zoning decision. That's where the thing is.
So that's what I'm saying. So by the time they do that primary,
they're not going to wait for primaries. Nobody's going to wait for primaries.
But you won't know until the primary time whether you're going to win or lose.
Oh, the zoning is when they're going to know.
Wait. Wike didn't know Atiku, all those guys was setting until that end of that time. It was too late. Obi own. I think Atiku kind of showed the hand early. That's why Obi was able to quickly exit and go to Labour. But this time, Atiku would have learned from the past. So they would trick Obi to make him feel like, hey, the way they trick Wike, make him feel like, hey, it's for you. But when it's already too late, they'll just...
You'll be stuck.
Yeah, you'll be stuck. You can't go to any party anymore because it's too late. But by INEC law, you have to already be a member.
This is why I'm telling you that the zoning, this decision, that's where this thing is going to be made. The zoning time. Because if you wait till the primaries,
if the zoning, Atiku will not benefit. So what would now be the reason for participating?
And if they don't zone it, then the other people are going to leave before the primaries. That's my point.
Just like Adewale is telling you. Atiku already served 8 years.
Mark my words. That's zoning decision. That's when the whole thing is going to be.
Atiku already served 8 years of vice presidency. That means he can't be vice president again.
He already did. That's why Baba.
There's no way you're going to say want to go and be a minister.
Who cares?
So the only thing Atiku is there for is presidency, unless he just retire from politics. If he's still involved in politics, the only interest he has in politics right now,
he could ordain somebody to become president. But if he decides to
ordain somebody,
watch in church. What I would say everybody should do is just watch out for that zoning. That is the primaries, really.
So Naija, can I have my
anything?
Let Omori he's been trying. He's a gentleman. He looks like he doesn't like to overshout, but I know he can shout. He's just being nice. Comrade, please go ahead.
To Naija, I try not to share, but naturally my voice is very loud. So a lot of people are accusing me of, yelling at other people. That's not it's not my style, though. But then they don't want to listen to me because I'm yelling, even when I have a substance in what I'm saying. So I try to keep it down tonight. To Naija, I don't know how long you have been in abroad, so I don't you're not well. You're not at rest with Nigerian political trajectory. So I think you're making a lot of postulations as if politics in Nigeria is a moral game. It's not. It's not. And I don't know why Obi. I see him as a very smart guy, but I don't know why you want to make this mistake a second time. There's a saying in my place: the stone you see coming is not supposed to blind you. He was with these people. He knew why he left PDP in the last dispensation. For me, let me start from the beginning. Is the coalition okay? Coalition will have been very, very necessary, considering that we have a multi-party democracy. At least number one. Number two, if this is something, if this is what will put the government in power, the party in power, on their toes and make them wake up from their slumber and work for the people, do less of politics and do more of governance, is an advantage. But the caliber of people, the hyenas, the mafias, and the buccaneers gathering in that coalition, even it's a clear signal that is a coalition for Atiku. You don't need the prophet to tell you that. David Mark has done it before for Atiku. Was it 2019? It was the one that organized that presided over that primaries that projected Atiku as their flag bearer. These are enemies of democracy. If you hear Babangida saying, LPP saying, yeah, Abacha boys will have killed him and Abiola if he had added over to Abiola, who is he referring to? The David Marks of this one and co. So I don't know why you guys are, what is difficult for you guys to understand here? What is difficult here? I don't know what their promise will be. I don't know what led him into this.
The fact that you are saying you don't know, does that not indicate that they must have given him something really strong?
Nothing. To Nigeria, let me even shock you.
Okay.
Let me tell you where this one time
several times you don't get the answer and suddenly you say nothing. Okay.
To Nigeria, you raise it just like Obi, honestly.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you this time around. Let me even tell you where this I will do one time is coming from. It was originally postulated by Kenneth Okonkwo as of 3 weeks ago. He came up with this postulation to woo people like Obi and all that. And he put a caveat there that's going to be open to both South and North. So that caveat, I don't know why Obi is falling for such a cheap political gimmick. It's too cheap. Even for, 100-level political science students should understand that it was a bait, to catch them.
You don't have a choice. Don't you see there's no choice.
Kenneth Okonkwo came up with this postulation that whoever that is coming right now, whether North or South, should be willing to do one term.
You know why? There is no other option. There's no better alternative.
They have to come together to defeat the current president if you want to win.
My brother, can I answer you? Be saying that thing. Can I prove you wrong? Can I prove you wrong?
Okay, let's hear it.
Obi does not seem to know what he has, the organic support he has, because he didn't pay for it. I don't think he knows the value of
what's the option?
6 million behind you.
If you had Obi, what would you have done?
Okay, please don't challenge me when you ask me questions. Give me time to answer you, please.
If you are Obi, please tell me what you would have done.
If I were Obi, that 2023 presidential contest wasn't a complete loss. Only if he has consolidated on what he had. If I were Obi, by now, I would have transformed that 6 million into a big political capital and a big political mileage. That now, if I want to go into any, not even coalition, we'll be talking of a merger. And in that merger, I will be given condition. I will be in a very formidable position to negotiate with any other group or individual that is coming to me that is interested in me. Ordinarily, if he had been able to utilize the 6 million advantage he has, the 6 million political capital he has, by now, will have been the beautiful pride of 2027.
Unfortunately,
in terms of negotiation.
not done that. So what?
He didn't do that. That's the problem.
He didn't do that, so
if I was
worse blunder this time around, this is even worse than the mistake he made before.
So if you just throw his hand in the air, he didn't do what you said he should do.
Are you now saying he's desperate? I thought you said he wasn't desperate.
No, Akpoti and Chunaija answer this question. Are you not saying that Obi is begging for VP position?
No.
Yes, now.
Categorically. Because nobody has ever won 6 million votes and go and beg
they
for VP.
They will give him the presidential ticket in that coalition. Everybody knows
they won't.
I think I don't know when they are going to decide the zoning, but when that time happens, I feel like
they are not zoning. They just told you that it is open to.
Oh, calm down. You are just saying it now. You don't know.
No, I'm not just saying it. I'm just telling you the genesis of this one-term agenda, where it's coming from. And they have already told you that they're going to throw it open. No, the postulator was Kenneth Okonkwo.
See, there are only 2 southern candidates that we know there. And 2 of them are for zoning. So I don't know what you are talking about. I'm telling you that some of you are going to have a rude awakening when that time comes.
This is the scenario playing out. Before they came out with AGC, Atiku is very smart guy. He already planted his men in all over the state of the Federation. They already go and meet those people that will help him in the Southeast. He already did all his own work very well. Obi continued to go online, continue to say whatever he wanted to say, continue to go to TV station. It's not building on the people that is going to vote when it comes to that primaries. So everybody know that he already locked it in. To now make his position very safe, he brought in his old friends and those people that can support him easily. And he brought all of them. And then when they want to choose interim chairman, why can't they give Obi one of it? Maybe interim chairman or interim secretary. They did not give him anything.
Oh my God, all these Gbadu people. You guys you like to look down on
Tunaja, I have a question for you, man. Tunaja.
Tunaja, I'm not an Agbado person. I'm not an Agbado person.
Not you. I know now. You are not.
Tunaja.
No, brother, I'm telling you the truth. He already put everything in his hand.
Tunaja. The argument you always make here, you and many of your kind, is that the reason you all support to be is because it's bringing change, it's changing the system. But now that the guy,
he's the best of all.
Now that he's bringing the same whole people that mess up the system, he's bringing them now.
Oh, God bless you.
You see what you just did? You just created a narrative that I never said. I said he's the best
has always
among
been
the you want to change the argument. He's the best among the
I didn't say today. Hold on, calm down.
You know that even Naija Watch, that's his argument. Naija Watch says it all the time that if they see somebody better than Obi, they will go for that person. He's the best among the bunch.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Hold on.
Argument.
No, when he went to labor, people saw it as okay, it changed because in labor there was no old criminals, like it's kind of something new. So people saw it as maybe something new, you know. But now that it's clear that it's not going to be something new because now he's just teaming up with the whole people that people claim, ruled the country and never changed the country. That's why I respect someone like you. Say he can't be part of, he can't team up with old people that destroy everything. Because what everybody wants is change. We want everybody that's looted the country or done something but to be gone. That's the only change we want. Other than that, if you want to bring old people and trying to tell me that I should go for them over another old person, you're wasting your time. So Obi is now making it clear to us that it's not really about something new. He's still, because all these old guys working with him, all of them will be the government. He will put all of them in government now. He can't put them aside if he wins.
He probably will put them back. He always said it that if he is the one that is not being corrupt, the others will find it hard to be corrupt. But let me make the strongest argument against Atiku's this thing candidacy, and I hope all these political people that like to do the numbers like Aerofa and everything will be able to pick this up, and I'm sure they know already. I don't even have to tell them. They know full well that if you have two southern candidates, the southern people only have southerners to choose. Two southern candidates to choose from. Then they will all align accordingly based on which side of the south that they come from. In other words, P2B will choose, people in the southeast will choose P2B. People in the south are far more likely to align to P2B than this in Tinubu. Then when you go to the north, they could split it halfway. And if they do that, the P2B side will win. But if you get Atiku in the north, what will happen now is that people are going to choose between north and south. And when that dynamics is in play, every time, no matter how people like to think that the southeast is a little bit PDP or whatever they like to call them, they will vote the southern candidates. And I've seen them. They've been saying it. And personally, that surprised me a little bit. Because a lot of them don't
look at this too now.
Let me finish this point, because this point is important for anybody that's supposed to be able to hear this. Many of these people that are obedient, that don't like Tinubu at all, are willing to enable Tinubu to be in office instead of having Northerner.
That's not true. Like you
have repeated. I'm repeating it over and over again so that you guys.
Let me tell you something. You have repeated this thing
from different people. They are saying the
one
same
thing.
No. I can tell you right now. They will not.
You guys rather vote for Boko Haram before you vote.
Can you listen to me for 1 minute? Can you give me 1 minute to answer you?
I'm going to pull the evidence so you can see.
Tunaja, can I answer you in 1 minute?
Every time a Southerner was running, two Southerners were running. They always a northern and a
Tunaja, can I clear your doubt in 1 minute? Can I answer you?
No, 15 seconds. Mine is 15 seconds. Whenever a northern candidate and a southern candidate is running, the southeast and the south go for the southern candidate. No matter who, whether it's a passenger, whether it's they always go for them.
Tunaja will talk.
Check it.
Tunaja, can I answer you? Give me 1 minute. Okay. In 2023, Atiku was so delusional, so he was so deluded. He thought he has won already. You know what his calculation was? His political calculation was that the Southern vote was going to be shared between Jagaban and Obi. So the whole North will be for him. That was his greatest miscalculation. At the end of the day, did it turn out that way? Did it turn out that way to Nigeria? Are you still there?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. So the same mistake they are about to make right now. I don't know if Obi, let me even ask you, assuming Obi is not taking, and he's not going to be taking in this ADC. So what becomes the fate of Obi and his obedient movement? Chicken out of the race or look for another platform? If he goes to another platform, it's going to be a 3-horse race again. So what happened? A repetition of 2023? Do you know politics at all?
I think Obi is not going to run. If Obi decides,
well, I say what happens to Obi and his obedient movement? Would that be the end?
No, it's not going to be the end. If obedient movement is there and PWB is not in the race, what is going to happen is that the vote will be split between this Tinubu and Shore or whoever, whatever, maybe any other candidate that is running. No, I'm telling you.
You're just like Obi.
No, I'm not finished. I'm not
finished. You want to bring Shore so that you can arrest my attention. You cannot deceive me like that. You want to bring Shore so that you can win me to your side. I'm not like that too. I'm not that deluded.
No. I'm telling you where he's going to go. I've not even finished. I said they're going to split the vote.
You're not a good political tactician. You're not a good. I don't know. Maybe you could be good in business and the other geopolitics you talked about. Nigeria politics, I think you score almost 0.
You are more wrong than I am. Last year, people were saying the last cycle they were talking about. Oh, PWB is not going to do anything. PWB is nobody. I told them watch the space. And this guy, maybe some people even argue that he actually won the election. But you all claim that you know the space very well, but you don't have it close. Do you know how many election cycles I've
came third, so you didn't get anything.
I may not know Nigerian politics, but I've observed election cycles before.
In an election.
Let me finish what I'm saying now.
Hold on. Can I speak? You've been speaking.
You are the moderator.
You're going to talk for 5 minutes now.
You are the moderator.
And the moment they try to stop her, she will say, "Don't stop me."
Coming third in an election that there is a 4-horse race. You come third means you are nobody. That's a simple calculation. Whether you gather 100 million votes or you gather 300 million votes, coming third means you are nobody. And
that doesn't make sense at all.
And their people understand that they will make another mistake come 2027.
So somebody that has 6.1 million votes and somebody that has 6.
Out of 200 million people.
And that has 6.8 million votes, their gap is
you came third.
Tunaja, sorry, you make an analysis now.
You know when they say third. Now let me finish the point I was making before that. Nobody allowed me.
How long?
No, because you want to carry on. No, it's a simple point. I was saying that they're going to split the vote 3 ways. You will notice that Shore's vote will increase. You like it or not, it's going to increase. You will notice that a lot of people are going to sit at home in the southeast, and a lot of them are still going to vote for Tinubu, and then the rest will still vote Atiku, which means the vote Atiku will win again. Exactly. The vote Atiku
so what's the point of argument? What's the point of contention now?
The point of contention is that if Atiku runs, he's going to lose. We're already in agreement. The others are somehow in denial that, there's a way that if Atiku runs, he might still win. He's not going to win. There's no chance in hell.
You are the only one. You are the only one in that boat. Nobody's arguing that with you. We have concluded that one day before yesterday. You are the only one see that thing. If something else will happen or something could go wrong somewhere, let me even tell you, the greatest problem that we have is not even Tinubu is incumbency and his political mafiaism. The greatest problem of the ADC is ADC itself. Their greed, their selfish ambition, and their aggrandizement. That is what will destroy. Let me even shock you. Everybody coming to ADC, if you look at Obi and his obedience are saying Obi or nothing. Rotimi Amaechi is saying if it's not zoned to the south so that he can defeat Obi, he's not going to support it. Atiku and his people are saying either Atiku or nobody. So nobody is saying whoever wins will die here, ADC or no other place. So he's dead on arrival. What do you need? Do you need the prophet Jeremiah from Wari to come and tell you what is going on? Or do you need the prophet late TB Joshua to come and tell you what will happen? When the handwriting of the word is very clear.
Yeah,
Are you not seeing the handwriting of the word? Nobody is committed to the ADC. No commitment to save the people. They are not there for you. They are there for their own interests. That's all I can tell you.
I don't know what to tell you too. You think say a man wake up in the morning and go to an office and let's say it says let's form ADC, and you think that they didn't have an idea of what they are going to
it's built around Atiku. It's built around Atiku.
Oh wait, Jare, I think this point is another point everybody seems to be missing. All these people that are saying they are so wise in politics. Nobody sees that ADC is quite different from PDP. And we forget that ADC is more similar to APC when they were forming. When APC was forming, they had an idea which candidate is going to be already. They already knew that it's likely to be this in Buhari, because that was the deal that was signed even before the party was formed in the first place.
It was built around Buhari because of Asiwaju. That was the game plan.
Now, except it has been built around Atiku already, and which we don't know. The fact that you don't know that right now, and
that's what we are telling you. That's what we are telling you. Seeing David Mark, seeing Tambuwa, seeing his men around him. We are telling you the building. We are telling you the foundation and how the structure is going to stand.
You see, one thing you are saying.
To Nigeria, even Tinubu wanted to be vice president. He was edged out. He was played out. Yes. Even though he played a long game. Right?
Yes, he was edged out.
So this time around, they know who they are building this coalition around. And Obi probably must have, promised that he's going to be given a vice president. That's the reason why he's still there. If now he's his own vice presidential candidate, then went there reluctantly. You guys listen to his interview with I think China's television. He's saying it all that look, he's skeptical about the whole movement, but he's gonna give it all and see where it's gonna hand.
He don't stand any chance. So.
I am really surprised that people think P2B will leave anywhere to go and do vice president after his one.
Another point of correction.
And you people say I'm the naive one. You all know that nobody has ever done that in history of Nigeria. And you say I'm the naive one.
Can I speak to Nigeria? Can I speak? You've been speaking all day.
Another point of correction. 1 minute.
Anybody that says that to me, I will let them talk. How can you come here? You are driving. You are driving, Kene. Hold on, Kene. You are driving. You need to go
1 minute, Nigeria. 1 minute.
Yes, I'm driving. I'm okay. I'm comfortable talking.
You're making a mistake. What happened in 2023 is different from what is happening right now. In APC in 2014, that was a major. Tinubu had Southwest intact. Buhari had 12.something million court followership intact. What they needed to do, as a smart man that Asiwaju is, wanted to leverage on that Buhari's political capital. If he joins that one to what he had, his own party, he knew it was a done deal. That was what they did. Not this coalition of different individuals from here and there. Aggrieved people here and there. That was a major. This is a coalition, and this one is towards Atiku. Whether you leave it or not, whether you like it or not, we're going to come back someday and tonight as a reference point. Thank you.
I'm not putting it beyond the fact that they could choose Atiku, but if P2B, it's good in there. You said there's a difference between coalition and merger. So if it's a coalition, it means that I think somebody mentioned that they all still have one leg in their original parties. So they could all go back to their original parties in due time if they don't come to an agreement. So that is what may unfold in the end. That's why I said, watch out.
What about the credibility that it has already damaged?
Dangerous political game.
I'm not sure it has. In short, what is the point of the damage when they are already going to lose anyway? That's
do you know?
The coalition they are going to lose.
But why you people saying they will be damaged? They can't be damaged. They only decamped to that party. It wasn't a collection. They just decamped. They were
This,
decamping from different
my
parties
people,
and going to
this is not
ADC.
collection. This is
Obi,
movement.
Obi is still in Labour Party, so he hasn't
They are not
decamped.
collecting anything.
Did
They are just decamping.
they have Labour Party?
Obi is still in Labour Party, and
But did they have Labour Party?
did he have Labour Party? What is the question? What does that mean?
It means it's not even a member of the Labour Party. As far as Abure is concerned, because
On
Abure is the only
paper, he's still a member of Labour
Abure
Party.
is the only Abure fashion is the one recognized by INEC. So leave all this political.
If he comes down to it and Obi says he wants to run for Labour Party, they'll be very happy to give him the ticket. They know that.
In all those people that gather, okay, there is nobody that is ready to bury his own ambition for another person. Okay, and that is why people are telling you that the political started, they've already failing. You see all this your calculation that Obi. If Atiku will not benefit anything, okay, he will not assemble all those people. And by politics, when it comes to Nigerian politics, it is machinery that win election, not credibility. Machinery. You see that 6 point something that Obi won last time, okay? It will not repeat itself again because the political machinery that will work against him, he doesn't even have the structure, the political structure, because he's not even in charge of Labour Party. He doesn't even have the money. And if they are going to go for primary in that their new ADC party, okay, he cannot win. He cannot match Atiku. Okay, he cannot match Shipike Amechi. And why Atiku brought all of them? It is because of Obi. He just used other people to convince that, okay, see the way everything. The political calculation he has done, once Obi has complete, he knows that for him to work out, it will definitely mess up his euphoria. So it will not be easy to
Can
back
I ask
out.
you a few questions? So would you
Yeah.
say P2B during the last election spent a lot of money buying voters to win his election?
That is why he didn't win.
No, I'm asking that question. Just answer straight, please, because there are some other questions I want to ask.
Because there was no a political machinery that will go into all those suburb area.
Did you hear the question? I said, would you say he spent a lot of money, or would you say he didn't spend money to win?
Most of they spend, they contributed, and majority of his people
He spent so much money.
We spent too much money. Some people, you see, the
Compared
difference
to
of
the
opinion.
others, he didn't spend anything.
They spend money. They spend money compared to what
compared to the others. Did he spend money compared to the others?
No. He didn't spend to up to, because he didn't even have the money.
Okay, good. Now let me go to the next question.
Let me conclude that part. You see, the money is spent majorly.
He has not finished now. Let him ask the second question.
Okay,
the second question is, if P2B didn't spend anywhere near the same amount that the others spent in the last election and almost got the same vote that they got, imagine how it would be if they gave him the kind of resources to win more votes. So
okay, now let me
this is the problem. Atiku with all his money didn't still get that much vote than
who is going to
P2B.
give him that money?
Let me ask you one other question, the last one.
No, answer that one.
Let me answer that one first. You see,
who is going to give him that money?
First of all, this 2027 election, 2027 election, okay, it's not the same thing with 2023. You know why? Because both Obi and Ashiwaju, they were outsiders. Okay. So, and reason why Obi was able to pull that that performance was because both of them, okay, they are outsider. And going by the way people regionalize politics with religion, okay, it play on sentiment of the people. Even with that fact, okay, Obi was not even represented in those corners. And one of the dangerous politics in Nigeria is when you play that ethnicity politics. Because look at it from this angle. In the Southeast, I've never in my life, since I've been studying politics, I've never seen where a candidate scored 98% for an election.
He's supposed to even score 100.
It happens in the north. Come
Obi
on, let's
said,
not do that. We know it happens
Obi
in the
said
north.
he's even
That
supposed to score 100.
that is because he play politics of ethnicity plus religion. Now,
yes,
if you look at the political calculation of this time around, you will see that the game is not the same with the last one.
I think the one I will concede to you is one. Tinubu is an incumbent now. There's a slight difference between that and the previous one. So from 36% of the vote, I can see him getting, no matter what happens, 40-45% of the vote.
You may be looking at
that's the reason why everybody knows that if the vote is split, there is no way they can defeat him because he's the president now.
Let me tell you, you are in the comfort of where you are now talking. Some people are there on the street, okay? Ordinary, if they see 20,000, they will do any of your bid. In fact, majorly. And if you look at Nigeria, if you understand Nigerian politics very, very well, you will know that the people that win election are the people with the resources, the governor. If not, are you telling me Obi is the first credibility person, even though it's not even, by my own standard, it's not even credible? Gani Fawemi, as credible as he was, he won only one vote general election, and the man was asking, do you mean my wife did not vote for me? You mean that is Nigerian politics for you?
Gani Fawemi didn't win one vote. Stop going on. In some, maybe you can, in some polling unit you can say that, but not one vote in the general election.
How many did he win? Because I heard that.
He didn't win one vote. I know he didn't win one vote.
In his polling station.
That, you can
he
say
said
that.
his family did not vote for him.
So,
and the thing about Gani is that he's not known all over the country the way some people like to assume.
If Shogore, look at it this time. If Shogore call for now, at least, at least he will still see within the range of 500 people crowd, 1,000 people crowd, even up to 5,000. When it comes to election, why he has not been able to convert that crowd into a winning election? Because since he has been contesting, I've never heard where Shogore passed 1,000 to 2,000.
No,
the political machinery that won election in Nigeria, politics, people that hold the resources. And once you are not in charge of that structure, you just be blowing grammar as you are blowing over there now. Okay? The people on the street, the people that control the resource, that control the structure, okay, they don't listen to all these things. You guys stay on the internet and do analysis and do this one and do that one. At the end of the day, when it comes to election, it does not translate to success. Then you shout, it is rigged, it is rigged, it is rigged. My brother,
all I can say to you is that if you look at the patterns, it's clear that if there is an election, all these one people keep talking about this thing, what was that structure and all that, it doesn't count. This is what is no, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, please. This is what they said about P2B the first time. They keep going on about structures. I told them Macron came from nowhere and won an election without even having a party.
So
And
you are talking about
he won
how
an
that
election.
Nigeria
No,
now.
of course, it's different, but that's why Peter Obi almost came and unseat two major candidates from nowhere. And Macron had a long time to campaign. No? Peter Obi didn't have that long to campaign even.
Even Obi knows he cannot win election. That is, he did not win election. That is why he himself didn't even talk about saying he
Based
won.
on the results, he got 12 states. They all
You
share
know
12
why?
states.
You know why it was possible like that?
Or it was possible like that. There's a reason why it was possible like that. Let's not start
Reason
making
why,
excuses. He won
reason
12
why
states,
it was
period.
possible. Reason why it was possible was because Tinubu didn't control the whole political structure in that election.
Let me ask you, how many people in this country, since this new democratic dispensation, has ever won up to 12 states at one election in Nigeria? How many? You can basically count them maybe with one hand.
To Nigeria. That's why we are telling you. I would have even preferred
And
we
Peter
would
Obi is one of
consolidate
them.
on what he had in 2023 than joining this ADC. It was a very formidable performance in 2023. I mean, I really like what he did. That was a tsunami.
One of the greatest errors the Nigerian politician can commit is jumping from one party to the other. Okay, because that alone provides instability. See, what Obi should have done with that 6 million votes, he should have directed all immediately he didn't win. So he didn't win that election. He should have directed all those people to register in Labour Party. They will have
Or possibly transform that into a political party.
They will have hijacked that structure. By now, the structure will have spread all over the federation. Because one of the major reasons I work against Peter, if you don't know, was that half of the polling, there's no representative. There was no representative. And for political party that has structure, even in distance bush, distance bush, they are having political representatives like 3 or 4. 3 or 4. Then you want to tell me that that kind of, where do you want to see? Where do you want to see winning in that family? See, Nigeria
with the suffering, with the hunger in the land, if he had even continued in that direction, I think it would have been better for him instead of joining this
you should have directed those followers to go and register to be a Labour Party member. Okay, by now, who's Aburi? They will have edged him out. They will have edged him out completely. By now, he will not be needing all this. I'm in this. I'm working with this. Who? Oh boy, that guy doesn't have.
Let's not over. I think we are over guessing some of all these people. We don't know what they are all up to.
Because we don't study Nigerian
one thing I know for sure is that, and I think maybe Nigerians, we always pretend as if we know what's going to happen. But if you look at it, we always pretend as if we know. Because if you look at all the presidential cycles, they have thrown up surprises. Every single one of them.
My brother,
the one that
there's no surprises in Nigerian politics since I've been studying.
You know, APC was going to form and give Buhari the ticket. You didn't know that.
Let me tell you. One of the strategies that Tinubu has been using all this while was that he has been working on this coalition right from the time he finished 2007. First of all, he formed AC. Okay, he didn't contest. He bring Ribadu to test run it.
Let's stop this, man. I'm not. I see. Don't try to convince me that.
Don't try to convince me that you are politically naive.
No, you will do this like Tinubu is some kind of political genius. This guy tried to be.
This same channel predicted Tinubu will win. All the permutation pointed to him winning the election. And here you are, still in 2025, still objecting to everything.